Started here. Before we have a lot going on tonight. So I know that there's a lot of people standing in the audience. We have a couple presentation, we have a recognition, we have some appointments to Park and Recreation Commission and so forth, and I'm assuming we do have a good amount of public comment tonight. But I do want to start off just a moment of silence. I did have a relative pass away. His name was Adan Lara. And I'm just not mentioning this because he's a relative. I'm more mentioning this because as an individual, he was an exceptional person. He always had a smile on his face. He had a loving family. He was an amazing father. He was a better husband, and I know that he's an individual that we will truly miss in this community, and that actually I think we should he's an example of what a lot of residents should be like, just because of amazing heart, his love for the community, and his dedication to his family. So with that, I will ask for a moment of silence. Thank you, guys. Tonight, the Ojai City Council and Ojai Redevelopment Agency Successor Agency regular meeting, 7 p.m. Tuesday, November 10, 2015. Could I have a roll call?
Councilmember Wyrick?
Here.
Councilmember Clapp? Present. Councilmember Haney?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Blatz?
Here.
Mayor Lahr?
Here. Could I have Councilmember Clapp lead us on Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are going to start with some presentations. We're first going to start off with the recognition of an outgoing Park and Recreation Commissioner, Sunday Rylander. I got a couple of footnotes on Ms. Rylander. I served for the City of Parks and Recreation Commission from June 2012 through August 2015. Served as the chair of the commission from February 2015 to August 2015. Served as a vice chair from April 2013 through January 2015. Before being appointed to the Parks and Recreation Commission, Sunday was well known for her tireless advocacy for the local youth. In particular, her efforts to have the city build in the new in-ground permanent skate park on school district property. The skate park is very near and dear to her. Sunday is now helping local advocates push for a bike park pump track in the city. During her time on the Recreation Commission, Sunday used her expertise in marketing to help the city better advertise its recreation programs and also help with development of new programming. Sunday was a key voice in pushing for department very successful Facebook page and other successful marketing and publicity efforts. Sunday also helped plan and host the first two recreation open houses, which are held annually in the spring at Sarasota Park. Sunday always worked very closely with and in support of the city staff, helping to build a team mentality among the recreation department, as well as renew public enthusiasm and support for the recreation department. And I just want to say on a personal level, I did happen to just work with Sunday on for a short time on the Park and Recreation Commission, and I know that Councilmember Haney also had the pleasure to work with Sunday on the Park and Recreation Department, and she just brought a vibrant sense of this youthfulness and good spirit to the Park and Recreation Commission, and I'm sure that she's gonna, whoever is gonna precede her is gonna have big shoes to fill. So you truly will be missed, and I thank you, Sunday, for all your volunteer work for the city.
It was an honor. Thank you.
we do have some flowers and then also a certificate of appreciation. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sunday.
And thank you to her family, anybody that's here for her. Thank you so much for giving us a chance to work with Sunday. Any comments?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to have one comment about Sunday. When I was running for city council, we had a candidates forum over at the Arts Center. And Sunday was in the audience and asked a very pertinent question as to why isn't there more things for youth to do in Ojai? And Lenny Clafe at the time was running for city council, and we both answered the question, but in the back of my mind, I said, I sure would love to have her on the Park and Recreations Commission at some point. So at the earliest opportunity that I had after being elected to the council, we were able to get Sunday put on the Park and Recreations Commission, and it was a wonderful addition, and I want to personally thank her for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunday.
I just want to say something, Mayor, real quick. Sunday, the natural order, though, is to be up here at the city council. It seems to me when Savaro left, he came here, and when I left, I came here, and so obviously someday we'll see you here.
Watch out. No, I'm just kidding. I do want to say something. I want to say thank you. Obviously, it's a huge honor, and I appreciate that was very nice to you. I know that there's new folks, when other people step down, when I resigned, that others would step up, and I'm very excited about the next folks joining the commission. There's some amazing people in our city. And you'll see me on this side, because I'm going to get the lights at the skate park, and we'll get the BMX park, and then who knows what we'll do. I mean, the playground was insane. I mean, not only did we build it, we built community doing that. You know, that's what we should be doing all the time. So thank you so much.
Great.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Sunday. Our second presentation is going to be done by Wayne Pendry. It's Direct Energy Solar.
Thank you. And we have a presentation coming up. There we go. And there we go. All right, my name is Wayne Pendry, and many of you know me as a former instructor of solar installation here in Ventura County for many years. I was out at the Center for Employment Training where I put people back to work in the solar industry. I'm a former U.S. Navy Seabee here in Ventura County at Port Hueneme, and I'm a certified building analyst, Building Performance Institute. I'm a director for the oldest and largest nonprofit in Ventura County. That's the Ventura County Contractor Association, where I've served since 2000. I've been the Green Building Chairman since 2003. I'm a founding member of the local U.S. Green Building Council's chapter, and I'm a founding member of the Ojai Valley Green Coalition. I found Ojai back when I was in the Navy. I always said I'd live here one day. When I got married to my wife, we moved here, and we've been here ever since. This is our valley. This year, I was offered a job with the largest energy provider in all of North America, Direct Energy. And a division of Direct Energy is Direct Energy Solar. For many of us, like myself, you probably have never heard of this company, and yet they're the largest energy provider in all of North America. For perspective, Edison is our customer, PG&E is our customer. We provide energy in all 50 states and 10 provinces of Canada. With a large corporation like this, I've been empowered to do something I've never been able to do before, to be able to make a difference in communities. My job position is Community Business Development Manager. With that, I'm able to bring programs like what I'm getting ready to present to you, where we can help and make a difference in communities. One of the other ways that we help communities is like we help the city of Lancaster. For many of you may not know, through Community Choice Energy, the city of Lancaster will be the first city to be net zero in the state of California. So, who is Direct Energy? They're part of the Centrica, publicly owned company. You can look them up online. Got a lot of different divisions. We own Mr. Sparky Electrical Franchise. We own Benjamin Franklin Plumbing. We own 1 Hour Heating and Air, and many other companies, because we're all about helping people with services. But let's talk about community solar programs. This is the direct energy solar experience. And with the community solar program, what you're going to see is the ability for everybody in the community to buy solar at 20 to 30% below market rate. This is pretty much a straightforward solar proposition for the community, but it enables us to do this by working with the community. Typically, it costs $3,500 to close a sale with lead generation, advertising, and marketing. We're able to pass that on to customers directly through this type of a program. The page that's up before you shows you the steps that each person would go through. We're a full service provider, meaning there are no subcontractors. We do everything for you. A reliable technology, we're using what's called Tier 1 equipment. This is the top of the line equipment with the best warranties available today. Flexible financing options are what I like to call zero down and a smaller monthly payment than what your electric bill is. No money out of pocket. All installations are designed and supervised exclusively by our company with NABCEP certified installers. Hassle-free paperwork, even including HOAs, we take care of everything. Worry-free production guarantee. That means in writing, we will guarantee the production of your solar system. If it does not meet that production, we will pay you the difference. It's an industry-leading guarantee. And you can get up to 20 years maintenance coverage, which is twice the industry standard on the penetrations of your roof. 25 years on solar panels. Referral bonuses. In the state of California, this slide is a little bit dated. The numbers are much larger than this. We're up to 22 sales in Ventura. We have just opened offices this year. We've done 21 sales in Santa Barbara, 33 in LA County, 53 in Orange County, 48 in Riverside County, 36 in San Diego County, 17 in San Bernardino County, and so on as it's listed on the map there. Not bad for having a first year in California. Unlike most companies who build their success in California and move elsewhere and take jobs with them, we built our success on the East Coast, and we're coming to California and opening offices. We're hiring 50 people this year. We've hired 5 local Ojai people alone right here in the Valley already this year. We're putting people to work. This is a drawing of what a system would look like, what a customer would receive, showing them how the layout would look like before they have to sign anything so they can make sure they're getting exactly what they want. The third number down is the annual production that you would get a guarantee on. If that system does not produce that much power, we pay you the difference. 3-tier pricing. What that means is the program rolls out at 20% below market rate. If we hit 25 homes in the program, we drop to 25% below market rate. If we hit 75 homes in the program, we drop to 30% below market rate. It's a tiered program. But nobody who signs up early loses out. They will receive a rebate check for the difference. So the more people that sign up, the lower the price gets for everybody. You're getting high-quality Kyocera panels as listed here on the sheet. You can also opt for a higher option for an LG 300 panel using micro-edge converters or the microinverters. Online performance monitoring, which means you can see online on your smartphone what your system is producing. The 10-year power production guarantee, 10-year direct energy solar workmanship guarantee, and 120-day guarantee on your installation. That's huge. There's plenty of people who've gotten solar sold to them, and they waited around a year before they got it turned on. We guarantee it'll be on 120 days, or we pay you the difference. The next slide here shows some potential incentives. The first 20 that sign up for this program will receive an additional $500 off. They will get the best price on this program. Everybody receives a free Nest thermostat. This is a $250 smart thermostat that learns your habits and will save you money on your energy practices. And part of the program, we donate a free 5 kW solar system on any building of your choice as a perk of the program. Next slide shows adders and enhancements. These are options for the customer where they can choose all black panels, they can choose which inverters they want, which production guarantee they want, extended warranties. If there is ground mounting or pole mounting or trenching, that will be extra. We have all the options on the table. We do not make money on financing. We offer people purchases, loans at 0 down, and a monthly payment lower than your electric bill, or the lease option, if that makes the most sense for you. This next page shows a roadmap of actually what the steps of the customer would go through. The first step being paperwork and permitting, which we handle. The second step is the installation, the net metering, the certificate of completion, and final paperwork. The third step is the post-installation survey with the referrals in the customer care department. We stay in touch with you through the whole project. The last page I have on my presentation here is marketing outreach. When we run these programs for you, we invest up to $10,000 in creative marketing throughout the course of the program. These programs run from 3 to 6 months. They're customized for your community. We're running one right now for the Ventura County Contractors Association. We're looking at running another one in several other, the neighboring community over next door. And there's several other communities that are talking about this. Basically, this is an opportunity to help, where the city can help the community buy solar at a discount. In all my years in solar, this is the lowest prices I've ever seen. It's a real game changer. And that's my presentation.
Any question, Councilmember Clapp?
Is this purely residential, or businesses or public agencies available?
It's all of that. We don't consider anything to be utility scale or commercial till we get to 50 kW, and then the pricing changes. But anything up to 50 kW, yes, we'll handle.
So the city could potentially qualify?
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
Councilmember Haney?
I'd be more inclined to see the Ojai Unified School District do it. It seems like they have tons of flat roofs. I mean, I'd drive around all the time and see it. Have
Well,
they approached you, or have you approached them?
Well, I'm approaching the city first because as a city, you have, and the community wide in the valley, we have a lot of people, and the more people that contribute to this, the more funds can be raised, the more solar we can be able to donate. It gives us a bigger opportunity. This has been done in 44 other cities. We have the elected leaders willing to speak up and share with you how this has been for their cities. You don't have to take my word for it. This is not a new program. We've been doing this since 2012.
Councilmember Clapp?
Well, I think we should pursue it. How would we proceed if the rest of my colleagues want to pursue this?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the
Could we
question.
pursue this for the city?
Well,
if we
fortunately,
wanted
we
to?
have a nonprofit in our community called the Ojai Valley Green Coalition who stepped up and offered to manage the program for us. They did just manage a solarized program, very similar in state, but we're upping the game by investing much more into the marketing value and the extent of the program with the donations and incentives.
I mean, I would love to get this on the agenda to see if we could talk about this more, to see how the city could benefit from this program. To me, it seems like a win-win for everybody. And I know that our earliest, I don't know when our earliest council, I just learned, and we could look at that to see when we could talk about it. Okay, thank you. So
And,
you'll be hearing from us, Wayne, and we'll contact you when we could put it on the.
And I can reach you through the chair if I have some additional research I want to do.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm available to you most
Or through
anytime.
your wife.
Hey, yeah, that's absolutely true.
Okay, all right, great.
Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. I'm going to move item number 2, the appointments to the Park and Recreation Commission, before public comments, because we do have some appointments in a youth Parks and Recreation Commissioner appointment, and just to respect her time, I want to make sure to try to get her home as soon as possible. With that, I'm going to ask for a staff report from Miss, from me, okay, so I have to say, during this process interview, we interviewed 3 adult commissioners, and we interviewed, I believe it was 7 or 8 youth commissioners that wanted these slots, and it was a very difficult decision because we saw the commitment, not just in the youth, but in the adults. When we interviewed them, they were committed, they were dedicated, their energy level was there. So I just thought that out of this pool, we decided what the commission needed. And it is my pleasure that we consider ratification appointment to Brian Wilson to serve as the Park and Recreation Commissioner for the term of May 31st, 2016, and Maya Gilbert to serve for the youth position for the term to end May 31st, 2016. But before that, I would entertain any questions from any of the council members. No? With that, then I will move for the appointments of the Park and Recreation Commission.
Second?
Roll call?
Is Brian or Maya here? No?
Yes, Maya's here. I thought I saw Brian earlier today.
Can you
Yes.
sit? And where's Maya? Right there. So welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, wait. We prepared to take a vote. Let's vote. Councilwoman Clapp?
Yes.
Councilmember Wyrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Blat?
Yes.
And Mayor Laura?
Yes. All right. Congratulations. Would you guys like to say a couple words? Or
My name's Brian Wilson. Thank you guys for the time, and I'm really excited to get to work and help the community. I've been in the community for my whole life and really motivated, and the parks are a wonderful outlet for the youth and a great opportunity for growth overall, and I'm really excited to get to work. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, I'm Maya Gilbert, and I am so honored to be able to accept this position for Parks and Rec. I am very excited to work with you all, and I hope to see more of you guys soon.
Great, thank you.
thank you. With that, we're going to move to our public communications. But before we move into our public communications, I'm going to do a couple of things because we do have a good two items that are extremely important, and I actually have a lot of speaker cards for item number 4. Lately, we've been having a lot of public communications, which absolutely is I'm okay with. I think this other city council members appreciate issues and concerns that the community has that aren't present on the agenda. But at the same time, to give enough time for these two items that are agenda, what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow public comment for the first 30 minutes of the meeting and then take the rest of the public comments after we go through item number 4, because I do want to give that item enough time for us to deliberate, because it's a huge item. It has a huge impact on their community, and I think that it deserves all the time that we could give it to. We could give that item. So with that, I'm going to just quickly explain what public communication is. It's a time set aside during the meeting for members of the public to address the city council, successor agency, board on items of city business other than scheduled agenda items. Matters raised at the time may be briefly discussed by the council board and will generally be referred to staff and or placed on the subsequent agenda. Under state law, other than the emergency items, no actions can be taken. Persons wishing to address the council board are requested to fill out a speaker card prior to the council board reaching this point on the agenda. Comments must be limited to 3 minutes or less. My first speaker's card is Valerie Mintz.
Excuse me, just a moment. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Valerie Mintz, and I live at Whispering Oaks. I thank you for listening and for hearing our concerns regarding the scheduled replanting of Whispering Oaks grounds. Many of us are very happy with the beautiful selection of drought-tolerant plants that have been selected by area housing. However, many of us feel that the removal of the hedge, which is very well established and runs the full length of the right side of the driveway, would be a huge loss and a great expense to area housing. It is to be replaced by a wooden fence. There are signs of old sprinkler heads along the driveway, but I and others have never seen them being used to water the hedge, and as of right now, it's still surviving very well. The hedge offers a sound barrier from Adamson's and other businesses that are on the other side of in fact, there's a wall that the hedges grow on. Plus, it gives us a cooling effect in the summer heat and increased oxygen and beauty to our lives. I would add, we already have a live wooden fence, including leaves, not just dead wood. So, and we have a lot of people where we live there that are very much in touch with nature, and we feel that even although a lot is being put back, that particular area would probably look pretty barren and not very pleasing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Wyrick?
Very quickly, we promised that we directed the city manager to contact the Housing Authority about the concerns we were hearing from the residents, and I believe you did. Yeah. And I think it'd be useful at this point for the city manager to mention how that went.
So actually, I've had several contacts. The most recent was this afternoon with Michael Nye, who's the executive director of Area Housing. And they've committed to speak more with the residents about their design. So it is a design that was approved by the Planning Commission, and the appeal period is over. But we told them that the city, of course, is receptive to modifications if that's what they desire to do.
Thank you. Sounds like it'd be an opportune time to approach the management with the concerns of the residents.
Connor Jones.
Thanks. I'm Connor Jones. Just speaking on behalf of Valerie and Noel, residents at Whispering Oaks. I was consulted about the application of decomposed granite also in the plan. And in my experience and the experience of other landscapers that I've talked with, decomposed granite actually increases the need to irrigate and is also quite an expensive import. And I looked at the plan, there's quite a large area that's slated to be DG. It's also extremely erosive unless you add a binder to it. So there were some concerns from the community at Whispering Oaks about what that binder was and if that could be revealed. And it appeared that some of the areas in the plan were quite steep in these drainages that they were calling swales in the plan. A swale is a water harvesting ditch on contour that's level, and these are landscape drains. So I have concerns about it sloughing off and plugging up the drains and potentially becoming a hazard. And also a solution suggestion that I made to them, perhaps as an appeal, was to use mulch instead, which could be sourced through Ojai Valley Organics, which is a local business, and uses the waste biomass of this area and turns it into wood chips and a product that is likely to not have weed seeds in it because it reaches 135 degrees for an extended period of time. And one of the other concerns is that DG often has weed seeds in it. And typically, in my experience, creates the conditions for a lot of weeds to grow and becomes an ongoing management problem. So yeah, that was just my 2 cents on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think we need to emphasize that we really don't have any control over what's going to go there now. The Area Housing Authority does, so if you could speak to them, that's going to be probably more beneficial to plead your case to than us. We can input, we can support everything that you're saying, but we don't have any control over it. But my question is, did the landscaping plan come before the Planning Commission, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
And it came as a public hearing?
it came as a public hearing, and the appeal period is a...
What was the participation at that public hearing? Do you recall from public comment?
I don't know, no.
Okay. I'm just, because it seems as though if all these comments that we're hearing now were brought forward at a time when the decision was being made to approve the landscaping plan, a lot more could have been done about it.
I was actually at that hearing, Councilperson Blas.
Yeah.
There was not a lot of participation.
Okay. Thank you.
Noel Douglas.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Noel Douglas Roth. I live at Whispering Oaks, 999 East Ojai Avenue. And first, I just want to say, I, for one, praise the changes that are happening on the property. I think it's water-wise. It's going to be beautiful. I'm not impatient. I'm going to live a while. I'll see them grow and fill in the spots. There's one objection, though, that was not addressed by everybody on the Planning Commission the night that this information was discussed with them. In fact, one commissioner was not there, and had that commissioner been there, my understanding is that there would have been a different opinion of using one of the components of the plan, and that's the granite, the decomposed granite. So being that there's a great environmentalist right below the Ojai Valley Green Coalition office where I work, I went down and I talked to David Magny. He's a certified arborist and botanist. He has an office right there on Aliso Street. And I asked him what his opinion was, and his remarks are on the paper that you just received, listed in bullets. And I'm going to read them out loud. One is that decomposed granite is not good for use as a ground cover within a planted area. It's great for a sidewalk, like the Baptist Church just put in on Grand Avenue at the top of Shady Lane. But if you look at that property, their planting beds are done with mulch, which is the appropriate thing to put in the bed, not decomposed granite. And why is because the DG soil temperature, the DG increases the soil temperature below it, especially if there's a binder in it, and even more if there's cloth, garden cloth, made of poly products. And that just heats up and kills all the living organisms that make up the goodness of the soil that feed the roots of the plants. And another one is that with addition of the binder, it's even worse. So as our last speaker just mentioned, DG comes with weed seeds in it, and it often creates the problem that it's being used to abate, which is weed control. David's suggesting that using mulch as opposed to wood chips is a much better idea. It keeps the weeds away while allowing the nutrients and the air and the water to enter the soil and to nourish the soil. And it acts kind of like a swale would to direct the flow of water downward rather than coming down the hill, just down between the particles in the mulch. At the same meeting, David's assistant, Vicki Peters, remarked that because the roots of a tree in Ojai's Libby Park were covered with sand, that the tree died and it had to be removed, and that it was because it was under the sand, which is like decomposed rock in itself, killed it. So with regard to David Magny's reputation as an environmentalist and certified arborist botanist, we who are here tonight and many other residents refute the plan to utilize DG in the Whispering Oaks plant beds as is planned. And my understanding was that I should come and tell you, because this is the place where the public comes and shares their response to a past decision of the Planning Commission or of the City Council. And I agree it needs to be taken up with the right people. But so far, we haven't had the audience. I'm really glad to hear that they're willing to talk with us further. So that's my story.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Appreciate it. You're welcome.
Billy Collins? Coles? Or Belly Collins?
Becky?
Or is it Becky?
Yeah, Becky.
Sorry, Becky. Is it B-E-C, Becky? Yes? Okay.
Hi. I'm Becky Collins. Hello to the mayor and the city council. I'm just going to sort of, off the top of my head, I've been coming to the last couple meetings and watching them on the YouTube and stuff. And I guess my concern is, I feel like the priorities and the focus a little bit are not kind of going where it should go. I don't understand hassling people about restoring a piece of historic rock wall, which I think was a really nice thing to do. I don't understand making people chop down their hedges, and I have no dog in this fight. Nobody's trying to make me do anything. But I just feel like, we've got like this big El Nino coming, and the creek on Creek Road is completely filled with stuff. I realize that's a county issue, but I feel like maybe we should be putting energy into other places. I just feel like some of the things we're doing seem really unproductive. So, that's
Great. Thank you. Cindy Conberry.
Cindy Convery, Ojai. The State of California guidelines for a city building appeals board recommend that registered professionals from building trades like construction, design, or architecture comprise the membership of a building appeals board. The Building Appeals Board for the City of Ojai consists of 2 real estate agents, an insurance agent, and 2 businessmen. The California Fair Political Practices Commission is responsible for regulating government ethics. Section 87100 of the Fair Political Practices Reform Act states, "No public official at any level of state or local government shall make, participate in making, or in any way attempt to use his official position to influence a governmental decision in which he knows or has a reason to know he has a financial interest." The members of the Building Appeals Board directly participated in drafting the Second Unit Compliance Ordinance and drafting the most recent Vacant Building Ordinance. The chair of the BAB owns the local State Farm Insurance Agency. If State Farm insures any vacant buildings or any properties that are working with Second Unit Compliance, then the chair of the BAB has a financial interest and is violating the California Fair Political Practices Reform Act. The City of Ojai must demand a list of all properties insured by State Farm to ensure that there is no violation of California fair political practices. If the 2 real estate agents serving on the BAB represent any sales or rentals that involve vacant buildings or any sales or rentals that could be affected by nearby vacant buildings, such as the bowling alley on Ojai Avenue, or any sales or rentals with Second Unit Compliance issues, then they are in violation of the California Fair Political Practices Reform Act and should be removed from the Building Appeals Board. If the 2 businessmen on the BAB have ownership in any vacant buildings or any properties with Second Unit Compliance issues, then they must excuse themselves from the BAB for not divulging this information prior to working on the ordinances. On another subject, 3 weeks ago, I emailed the City Council to ask which 3 City Council members, as a quorum, ordered staff to strictly enforce the hedge cutting ordinances. 2 weeks ago, I asked the same question here in public comments. Councilwoman Clapp stated that she did not order it. Mayor Laura responded that he was aware of it, but not to the extent that it was being enforced. Councilman Wyrick, Haney, and Blatz have not responded. The residents of Ojai have a right to know which quorum of elected officials ordered staff to strictly enforce the hedge cutting ordinance without prior public discussion, orders which threaten the character of our town, wasted everyone's time, money, and energy in bringing it to a halt. We're waiting for your response.
Thank you, Ms. Convery. And I just want to know, we were working on the letter to respond to questions that Ms. Convery was asking, so we'll follow up on that. And then in regards to conflict of interest, the city does do due diligence with advising any board members or commissioners and council member if there's a conflict of interest. That is, we do provide the proper training, and actually, we've had commissioners and board members step down when there is a conflict of interest, either morally or financially, and council members also. Yes, Council Member
I'd like
Haney?
to add one thing to this. Maybe it's time that we take a look at BAB and we take a look at its responsibilities. And I don't know if we just want to do BAB or if we want to look at all the commissions and take a look at any additional responsibilities the council has given to them in the past. I'd be open for that if I have a second for that.
I agree. Judging from the comments from the public we've had over the last several meetings, if not more, I think it'd be a good idea.
So we could put that on the future agenda.
I want to be clear, we're talking about a review of all commissions and boards, correct?
Yeah, I'd be for that but I'd like to start with BAB.
Yeah, as
Okay.
long as it includes looking at everything.
Yes.
And just for clarity's sake, we understand that we'll bring that back as an item describing the current code sections for each commission and board that explain their duties, and then which would create the vehicle for the council to discuss whether those duties are appropriate or not, should be moved around, modified, et cetera.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that when my first year, second year as a council member, we actually did review everybody's responsibilities. So I would look at staff reports to eliminate extra work on what we discussed, because I do remember thoroughly looking at those. Thank you.
I'll start there. Thank you.
Judy DeVore.
Good evening. Preliminarily, I was watching the video of the last meeting, and I noted that all the speakers in the public comment section were given the courtesy of being able to finish with their comments without regard to the 3-minute limit. So I would ask that you just please let me finish my remarks this evening. I have a request and a couple of comments with respect to giving away the land behind City Hall. Okay. My request is that the council directed staff to put together a fact sheet and make it available to the public at least 2 weeks in advance of when the council is going to hear their proposal on building back there. This has come to my attention. The importance of this has come to my attention when I looked at the video, and I heard comments by Mr. Miley, who I believe represents an organization that's involved with that development, and he, after talking about the project, he mentioned that there was a deed restriction and summarized that deed restriction by saying that the land could only be used for a public purpose, and that would be okay with the master plan and maybe some state law. And then he went on to another topic, which left the impression that that was the only restriction in the deed, but that is not correct. Now, this information, this was put out, and he has a lot of credibility because he is on a committee, I believe, regarding housing, and it's not correct because it's incomplete. As you probably all know, there is another restriction in the deed, and for purposes of the record, I'm going to read it, but it prohibits the city from transferring ownership at all of that land. So I'm going to read this in, if you don't mind. Dated December 5th, 1973. This conveyance is made upon the express condition that the within property shall be used by the grantee, which is the city, only for public purposes, including but not by way of limitation, the right of the grantee, again the city, to repair, remodel, and/or demolish any structures located on the property and to build thereon any type of public building, and without the right of the grantee, the city, to sell, without the right to sell, exchange, or lease said premises, except that the grantee, the city, may rent said premises for public events. Okay, now that's a complete statement of what's in this deed, added to Mr. Miley's remarks. There's a lot of misinformation out there about this plan or this proposal that's coming forward. And I urge the council, last time I was here, I asked you to direct your staff to do an analysis of pros and cons. And Mayor, you very, very nicely told me that the process would be transparent. But transparency really means information is available. And this type of information, you can see, was wrong. It's just incorrect, and nobody corrected him. It went out over the airways, and people who know there's some restriction on the deed think that's it. And that really isn't all of it. So I wanted to correct that, and I also wanted to make the request about directing staff to create a fact sheet and get it on the website. And do you know when the proposal is going to be heard, going to be put on the agenda? Does anybody know?
We haven't, as of now, we haven't heard from the People's Self-Help.
Okay, well, I would request that the agendizing of that item be at least 2 weeks after facts are put out. You know, I know the vacation rental issue is up for tonight, and all of that whole report is online so that people can be informed. I mean, for the process to work, the public comment that comes in needs to be informed and not based on incorrect or partial statements. So my request again is that you get staff to do a fact sheet of relevant facts, relevant information. And my other question was, what other developers are bringing forth proposals for that land that?
It's just People's Self-Help.
No one else?
No
Sure.
one else. Mayor Pro Tem Blatz?
I'd like to ask the speaker a question. Are you talking about lot 10? You said behind City Hall. I mean,
Yes,
is that
I
the
believe
only
it's
lot you're
called
talking-
parcel 10.
Well, there isn't any proposal that's coming before us specifically for lot 10 yet. I mean, there may be, but there's nothing right now. There's several lots that have overlays.
Mr. Miley's remarks specified 10 and 11, and I think then he focused
Are you-
on...
Right, but are you referring to lot 11 as well?
No, in correcting his remarks, with respect to the deed restriction, that was parcel 10.
Okay.
Okay. Can you respond to my request about creating a fact sheet and making it available well in advance of whenever it gets on the agenda?
Yeah, and I think we absolutely will when the item comes. We are obligated to put the staff report on the website and let the people read what's going on. And I just want to respond to what Mr. Miley said. A lot of times, there's a lot of public comment. And even though we know that it's not true, we don't agree with it truly, we can't correct every single thing that's said during public comment. We would be here for hours if we're trying to do that. What I would encourage you is that once we set a staff report, that's really where we are coming from. It's not what other people are saying. It's what our staff report reflects for that item, whichever item that might be.
And could it be determined that staff report be made public via the website, I guess?
Yes.
Within at least 2 weeks before you people all hear it, so that people have a chance to...
And we will note that. We'll talk to staff about that, because sometimes it's difficult when staff puts a report. It doesn't gather all the facts until about a week and a half before the
So our normal procedure is to post the agenda 1 week before the meeting.
So in this situation, if we want, we could ask for 2 weeks prior to, if the council has a consensus. I know it's public comment, so we can't really give staff
understand.
direction, but I'm sure they're going to take note of this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Clapp?
No, it was, Mr. Wyrick had something to say.
No, I was just agreeing, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yes.
2 weeks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take one more public comment before going into our agenda, and I'll take the other public comment after our item number 4. Alex, I'm going to butcher his name, Shinarf?
Thank you.
Sorry, Alex.
No, I don't take it personally.
Could you please pronounce it?
Yeah, it's Sheshinov.
Sheshinov, thank you.
My name is Alex Sheshinov, and my wife and I live on the corner of Oak Street and Lion Street, and are the recipient of one of the city's anti-hedge letters. For the record, we are not people who jump up and down at every issue. In fact, this is our first foray into municipal governance. But the whole thing kind of does remind me of that line that if you're going to sin against God or sin against a bureaucracy, you should sin against God because he'll forgive you. We have two boys who are just learning to bike, and we walk or bike everywhere. We take safety really seriously. That said, we have a decades-old hedge that gives our family a little privacy on our postage stamp lot, and we feel adds some character to the city. I know you're working to rewrite the ordinance, and I'd urge you while you're doing that to remember that safety isn't binary. It's managed along a continuum. If it weren't, we wouldn't have swimming pools or showers or solid food because people get injured with all of those. Risk is something that is balanced and managed. In our case, we've been working with Complete Streets and fully embraced their suggestion for a curb extension to match similar implements 2 blocks north on Summer and Lyon and another block south on Aliso and Lyon. The neighbors we've spoken to feel like this is also a good and reasonable suggestion. And as members of Complete Street point out, cutting our hedge to 36 inches will do nothing to make the corner, which is on a non-through street, any safer. The stop sign, they point out, is simply in the wrong place. But as long as this strict one-size-fits-all ordinance remains, it doesn't matter what the homeowner, the neighbors, or even Complete Streets think. So the ordinance itself needs to be rewritten. How exactly is your expertise, but I would ask you to allow some flexibility for site-specific solutions, especially on non-through streets. Finally, I'd urge you not to embrace what we feel is a misguided compromise to selectively enforce the ordinance. My in-house counsel, my wife's an attorney, is concerned that simply having it on the books creates an open-ended liability for hundreds and possibly thousands of homeowners. In fact, almost every corner in Ojai has at least one violation. If sadly there were an accident at any of these corners and lawyers were to become involved, an adequate defense will not be, well, we live in a neighborhood that the city, I guess, kind of decided not to enforce. As Councilman Wyrick pointed out in the last council meeting, ordinances should either be enforced or removed. Finally, I would like to leave you with a souvenir. This is a photo book of all the corners in violation in the city. There are 2 corners that are missing, Sunset and Grandview and Meadowbrook and Pleasant.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I couldn't afford 5, so you'll just have to fight over all 4 of them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm gonna move on. Reports from council members. Councilmember Clapp. Councilmember Wyrick.
I have 2 things I want to mention very quickly. On July 28th, this council took up an issue that had been difficult for a long time, and that was leaf blowers. We long suspended the leaf blower enforcement, so we had no controls at all. We came together on a decision about controls. And here we are, over 3 months later, without having a draft to look at, to act on. And I know there's a lot of things going on, and there's issues, and there's always reasons. But I just wanted to make the point that when we come together as a council on July 28th, I think we need to really try to do better. And we need to try to have things before the council to follow up on that direction with an actual ordinance introduction, perhaps more quickly than we have seen in this example. And I'm kind of looking to the city attorney at that because that's your primary responsibility. And I'm talking to the city attorney, okay? And I'm not saying that I'm necessarily very upset about it, but I do think that it's worth noting that I think, as one of my colleagues said, we could probably walk and chew gum at the same time, and we ought to look at how we can be a little bit more productive with our follow-ups than we have been.
So the agenda schedule is set by myself in consultation with the mayor. We've shown it moving because of various issues that have come up, but we've also had a closed session to talk about issues related to it. And if there's a concern that any council member has about any item, you know where to find us in our office. We would appreciate the courtesy of being contacted personally before a public issue is made out of something like that, because we can easily sit down with the mayor and address timing issues.
I just want to follow up with that when the public has come to me wondering, what happened, and I think it's just important that the public understands that I have a concern about how we can structure a better responsiveness than we have seen in this case.
Mr. Summers?
Just to note that I draft items as directed by the mayor and city manager based on the agenda as it's scheduled. As this item is moved out, I have moved out the drafting of the item. If the council would like me to draft it earlier or would like it to be placed on an earlier agenda, there is a vehicle to do that, which is to ask that the mayor put the item on an earlier agenda, or else make a motion followed by a second and a vote that it be added to a future agenda. There is a process forward. That said, we of course will look at, in consultation with the mayor and city manager, moving this item up. Thank you.
We could always add a special meeting. No. It just seems like our agenda's been going over and we can't get through our items, so that's why it's been moved down. We've been having priorities been asked before that item, that's why. Councilmember Haney, any reports or comments?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Blatz?
Yes, I know we're short on time tonight, Mr. Mayor, but I do think it's important. As many of you know, one of my responsibilities outside of the council's day in and day out work is we're all assigned to different governmental agencies throughout the county, and one of the agencies that I have been assigned to is the Board of Directors for Gold Coast Transit, which provides the bus service to Ojai. And this past year, I've been the chairman of the board of that organization. And at our board meeting on November the 4th, we approved a short-range transit plan. And I'm going to be providing this to our city manager if you haven't already received it. It's a fairly lengthy document. It's 88 pages, but that's nothing to put on a website. But I think it's very interesting to note a couple of things about how important our public transportation is to our city. And for many of us that go frequently to Ventura, as I do to court, I don't really think too much about riding the bus. But to a vast number of people in our community, the bus is an important transportation vehicle for them. Not only the regular bus, but for paratransit, which is people that need assistance in getting to doctors and things like that. But just to give you an idea, last year, Route 16, which is the route that goes from Ojai, which would be from the skateboard park, to Pacific View Mall, had 311,000 passengers, which is a lot for a community of 8,000 people. When you couple it with Route 10, which goes further on to Oxnard, that had 416,000 riders, which is an amazing amount of ridership, I particularly think. And the summary on it is, from downtown Ojai to the Pacific View Mall, Route 16 is an intercity route that provides hourly service between Ventura and Ojai. The route begins at the Ventura Transit Center, travels on Thompson Boulevard to Ventura Avenue, and eventually uses Highway 33 to travel to downtown Ojai, ending up at the Park and Ride. Route 16 provides a vital link connecting Ojai to destinations and services in Ventura. Route 16 not only brings those living in Ojai south, but it also allows those living in Ventura, Oxnard, and Port Hueneme to reach destinations in Ojai. It maintains strong ridership and receives requests for increase in frequency almost on a regular basis. Due to the long distance traveled on the route, increasing frequency is quite costly. However, due to its route's path, it would provide service fairly comparable to the same trip in an automobile. Route 16 serves the third most passengers per year and is the first quintile of both passengers per hour and subsidy per passenger. A major shortcoming of this route is that it currently only operates once per hour along the more populous corridors of this route, including Thompson Street and Ventura, where there are higher concentrations of businesses. Wait time for the bus can be long, discouraging, and the transit ridership has commented on that through surveys. So we're trying to increase the bus service to Ojai to make it as frequent as every half hour rather than every hour. But I just want to compliment this organization. It's been probably the most socially committed and responsible organization that I've ever been associated with, realizing that they're not only an organization that's a bus company, but they also are very much concerned with the social responsibility of providing transportation to those people that rely on it. And every single board meeting, people come and tell us that if there wasn't the bus, they would not be able to travel anywhere. They'd have to walk, and some of them are unable to walk very far. So I just want to make it known that this bus service is integral to our community, whether or not you've used it or not, and that I've been extremely proud to be able to serve on this board of directors on behalf of the council. And I'm going to ask our city manager to post this report on the website if it's not there. Okay?
Great. Thank you. I just, two quick reports on my, I piggyback on the transportation. I sit on the policy committee for the Southern California Associations of Governments, and we're actually in the process of sending out our RFTP with SCS. It's a whole acronym. I'll bring that report. I'll bring a better report next time. But what that basically does is a regional plan for Ventura County, LA County, San Bernardino County, Imperial County, and Riverside County, and it talks about transportation in different venues. The way it affects Ojai, though, is there's an emphasis on complete streets. And what this plan does, that the state takes it and looks at the data and needs of different communities, and it really it allows for funding for certain type of programs. So I think it's important for us to review the data that they're presenting, because it could have an effect on Ojai. And it talks about buses, it talks about aviation, it talks about train, it talks about boats, it talks about a lot of different things, our ports, etc. So it really does have a big impact on our region. Second item is that we received from American Water Associations that there's an annual debriefing on our water situation on this region. So I would urge our OPGMA representatives to see if they have that data available. I think it's always important for us to participate on these meetings.
And that's on November 19th.
November 19th.
During the daytime.
And I'm sure that if no one is able to go from the OBGMA members, then I would reach out to the rest of the council to see if we could participate.
Mr. Clark, where's that at? Do you want to forward me that information?
Yeah, I'll
I
forward
can
you the
forward it
information.
to you too. So now we'll move to our consent calendar.
Motion to approve.
Council.
Yes. Would anybody like to pull
I
any of
think
the items?
Since the motion before us on resolution on 1E is not what is in the packet, it has been modified.
Yes.
I think we need to pull it and identify that.
All right.
Okay.
Motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item E.
Second.
Roll call.
Clap.
Yes.
Wyrick.
Aye.
Haney.
Yes.
Blatz.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes. A motion for the modification version of item 1E. 1E.
Yeah, I wanted to point out the original motion was not exactly accurate. The modification has been, and it was at my request, actually, that we be accurate, that the words "for situations that presented safety concerns" be added to the resolution in the fifth whereas. And the reason for that is the direction from council was solely months ago to only address safety concerns and nothing else when that came up the last time we discussed it. So I think we needed to be accurate with that. And the other thing I wanted to ask about is the resolution in the agenda mentions should be provided by participation in the neighboring planning process. It's not in this resolution. I don't want it to be in the resolution for and I want to be clear about that, because what I think is appropriate, and I've stated this multiple times, is that we have flexibility. We should have flexibility in our code that allows for different situations in different neighborhoods, but not try to have specified code by neighborhood. There's a difference. Whether we allow flexibility as opposed to directing a certain thing for different neighborhoods. So as long as, I just want to make that point, and I don't see it in this resolution, so I have no objection to it. It's just I saw it on the agenda and description.
Yeah, just to clarify, there's two recommendations. One is to adopt the resolution, which now is being amended, and the second is to direct the commissions to make their comments on hedges, walls, and fences through the neighborhood planning process.
Right.
So you might want to separate those if there's a need for a discussion.
Okay,
I don't really want to separate. I just wanted to make a point about what I hope the future direction is, that we don't need to further complicate our code. We need to make it more flexible. And
I think that Mr. Clark said that it doesn't.
I want to make sure that, and I further wanted to make sure, invite everyone, I believe next week, this will be on the agenda for discussion. And so please think of some ideas and bring them to us about how you think the code ought to be modified in this regard. And specifically, I want to enter into the record a document that I discovered from the National Association of City Transportation Officials that I'm going to give to our city clerk for inclusion in the record. And it's very interesting. I'm going to read it real quickly. In determining the sight distance triangle for a given intersection using the target speed rather than design speed for that intersection, fixed objects such as trees, buildings, signs, and streets furniture deemed to inhibit the visibility of a given intersection and create safety concerns should not be removed without the prior consideration of alternative safety mitigation measures, including a reduction in traffic speeds, an increase in visibility through curb extensions or geometric design, or the addition of supplementary warning signs. What I wanted to point out is I think there may be some published material that give us direction on how we ought to rationalize a code in this regard.
Great.
With that, I'll move approval.
And both items, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that here, second?
I second.
Roll call?
Clapp.
Yes.
Wyrick.
Yes.
Haney.
Yes.
Blatz.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes. Item number 3, agreement with the Sterling Venue Ventures LLC for the use of Libby Bowl. And I'll turn it over for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. First, I want to say this report reflects the work of the City Council Subcommittee that's been working on the Libby Bowl, and that's Council Members Blatz and Haney. And we've also been joined in that effort by Joan Kemper, who has brought a lot of valuable information to the table. And then Steve McClary and myself have participated in that. During the process that we went through with the committee, we tried to keep in mind some of the goals that were established when the Libby Bowl was rebuilt. And I just wanted to refresh your memory on those. Those included providing a financial mechanism to fund ongoing maintenance of the bowl. Second, to provide a diverse range of programming for residents and visitors. Third, to enhance the image of the city as a center of art and culture. And fourth, to promote dining, shopping, and lodging as an outgrowth of performances in the bowl. The committee, actually, even before this committee existed, the bowl was being managed by the Libby Bowl Foundation, which was a nonprofit entity formed for management purposes, made up of local citizens. That group tried very hard to find a promoter that could run the bowl. And so, you know, their role would have been to manage the logistics on site, but the promoter would actually bring the acts. And even through their diligent efforts, they were not able to find anyone who was willing to make a proposal. With Mrs. Kemper's help, we reached out to as many entities as we could find and made them aware that the foundation was moving out of this role and that we were interested in whether they had an interest in managing the bowl. And we got initial interest from two groups. One is Niederlander, which is an entity that's many of you are familiar with, that has run Santa Barbara Bowl and other nearby facilities. And also had put on a concert that was a sellout concert last year at Libby Bowl. And then Sterling Venue Ventures, which runs the Canyon Club and other locations and has a slightly different market in the Southern California area. Although both expressed interest, Sterling was the only one who came forward with a proposal. So the committee engaged Sterling in a conversation which resulted in the agreement that's before you for discussion tonight. Also, Lance Sterling, who's the head of that group, is here tonight, and I've asked him to just give you some background about his operations and also his vision for the bowl as expressed in his proposal.
Okay, great. Welcome, Mr. Sterling.
Hi, it's an honor to speak in front of you. I got into the promotion business so I didn't have to ever talk in front of people, but my name's Lance Sterling. I'm a concert promoter. I specialize in concerts under 2,000 seats. I got my start running a company called House of Blues, and since I left House of Blues, I've done over 6,100 concerts in Southern California. Specifically to the Libby Bowl, I know that I tried to express the difficulties you guys encountered were because of competition. As I grew up in Woodstock, I was pretty anti-corporation my entire life, so the music industry has consolidated. And there's Live Nation, AEG, Nederlander, and one other big guy that's not really in Southern California that much. And then there's me. They leave me alone because the concerts I promote are under 2,000 seats and they're not considered profitable. They're profitable to me, but they're not profitable to the bigger corporations. We currently book the Canyon Club, the Saban, the Rose, and book the Coach House. We stick in mostly residential markets with the exception of the Saban Theater, which is in Beverly Hills, but believe it or not, that's a fairly residential market also. Current entertainers we have on the slate in the next 2 months are John Anderson of Yes, Tower of Power, Robert Cray, Merle Haggard, Chris Christopherson, Zappa Plays Zappa, Todd Rundgren, Peter Cetera of Chicago, Styx, The Zombies, a band called Europe, Three Dog Night, Judy Collins, and Meatloaf. That's kind of my specialty. I get beat up quite a bit because they call it Jurassic Rock, but in my experience with House of Blues, I realized that I would rather sell tickets to people that, this has become our culture, that music. And I used to be considered like a renegade back 25 years ago. Now we're okay to listen to the Zombies in time of the season. And I'm available for any questions because I know working with a promoter is a joint effort. And obviously, if you're not happy, then we're not going to be happy. Our goal is to support the businesses downtown and in all the locations, like I can tell you with the Saban Theater in Beverly Hills, there's been 4 or 5 restaurants that popped up right around us because when people go out to a concert, they want to go out to dinner. And the great thing about concerts, especially the Libby Bowl, with the concerts probably going off at 6 o'clock at night, that means people are going to be eating dinner at 5.
Any questions for Mr. Sterling? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem
I just
Blatz.
have a comment, and Lance, I just want to tell you, it's been a real pleasure working with you and your organization and your assistant in all the meetings that we've had to discuss the contracting of this that's coming before us tonight. And I'm very excited about the potential of you getting involved in Libby Bowl. For those at home or in the audience that haven't had an opportunity to really look at the contract, which is online, this involves a significant investment by on your company's part with regard to sound and lights and things like that. Could you discuss that a little bit?
Yeah, our concept is we come in and we install a light show and a sound system that permanently is, not permanently, but it's pretty much installed there all the time. So the bands that we book in a route. So like the Rose in Pasadena, the Saban Theater, and the Canyon Club would be a route where we would do a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then if we had the Libby Bowl, we'd do a Sunday, or we would rotate that. And that means a band doesn't have to come in like we all do bands where 3 semi-trucks come in and 40 guys unload a sound system, unload a lighting rig. We specialize in the bands that I said, and they like to play us because hopefully they just get in a plane. We produce a backline for them. They get out of their little minibus, hop onto stage, sing, and then go to the next venue. And this is Luann Nass.
Yeah.
She lives
I know
right
her.
down the street, and she's been instrumental and with everything that we've done here.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Haney?
Lance, can you touch on also the, during the discovery process, I asked one person, how do we get, first of all, how do we get an A listed group here in Ojai? And you might want to explain that process, because it widened my eyes to this whole universe that you're a member of. If you can touch on that?
Yeah, an A-list group to me and to all of you might be different than an A-list group to my kids. So an A-list group to me is a band. What is happening in our area is everybody knows there's a Santa Barbara Bowl, and there's a Thousand Oaks Civics Art Plaza, and there's the downtown LA Staples. So what happens is there's LA Live down there, and these are all 4,000 seat venues, and what they do is they do radius restrictions. So we can book 4 concerts or 5 concerts in a row with one band and offer a band, I don't like Tower of Power. We can offer a band $100,000 to do 4 shows. Where the larger promoters will do a 60 or an 80-mile radius or 90-mile radius with AEG, and that means that you can't book within 6 months or 90 miles of the venue. So what happened, there was very well-meaning people that were trying to fight for this stuff, and they were never going to get it because an AEG may book 50, 60 concerts a year. We just want to be the 900-pound gorilla in the 2,000-seat market and under in Southern California. And believe it or not, in the world of independence, we're still bigger than all of the big guys combined, all the little venues. Well, 2,000 seats isn't so little, 1,200 seats isn't so little, because you guys probably saw it full a couple times.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Wyrick?
Thank you for a good synopsis of what niche you're in, which I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the work that has been done. A couple comments I want to ask, though. First of all, I'm one of these people that really gets into the nitty-gritty of agreements and contracts. I've done a lot of leases in real estate, and I know that you got to be very careful, make sure the definitions are very clear. And there's some issues, not with maybe the overall aspects, but as Councilperson Haney knows, I kind of dug into the nitty-gritty, and there's some issues there that I don't think it's appropriate to bring up at this time. I just don't want you to feel like there's a sense of rejection of the concept in terms of having to really be careful about the agreement.
I appreciate that.
And I have a number of things that I've already brought up and circulated, that definitions need to be clear,
Right. And I
There
think
should not be
that-
ambiguity, so don't take that as a criticism that we may not be able to act on the agreement tonight for that reason. That's all I'm saying.
And I think that
Okay.
the agreement that was done, a lot of it, because I did review the comments, a lot of that was resolved because to protect the city and make sure that the creative accounting doesn't take over.
Exactly. That's, I think you probably, if you saw my comments, you know,
Yes, I did.
exactly, that's one of my issues.
So against my, but I knew that the city needed to be protected, that's why we did the facility fee.
Yeah.
So regardless of anything that happens that, based upon a cut of the facility fee, everybody that goes through the venue,
Right.
you guys benefit from that.
I wanted to ask a couple real broad questions and not get bogged down, because it's not appropriate to get into the detail of agreements here. Intensity of use. I believe you are mentioning wanting to do about 17 bookings in your business agreement?
That was suggested.
That was suggested. And to what extent does the intensity of use, is there a critical mass there? In other words, as we're looking at city-sponsored events, events under your contract, and evaluating that, is there some flexibility, or is that really the only thing that makes it viable is to have that level of intensity of use?
Yeah, I've worked with like the Saban Theater also as a temple.
Okay.
So they use probably about 25 dates a year,
Mhm.
and then I work around that. And the great thing about concerts is we're only worried about this concert for next summer, because the concerts that we'd be looking at would be working on now for next summer. So if you had something scheduled, it's just not available during that time. I don't lose anything because I control the routing, and because I have the ability to move the Zombies to Beverly Hills on the Friday and them here on a Sunday or here on a Thursday. I can move stuff around.
With enough
You know,
planning and
that-
notice, in other words, there's some
Yeah,
flexibility
for us,
there.
if we don't book it 90 days out, it's not worth
Right, it's
booking.
mainly a point of being, good, planning, the planning horizon needs to be long enough, that's the key there.
Right, I think that what will help immensely for all the events is it becomes a turnkey operation.
Right, and the second point I wanted to ask is, I looked at all of the bookings, you know, I mean, page after page of people you represent. Some of them very interesting, some of them I wonder how they would fit here.
That is true, because if you don't have clientele here that
Right.
live here, then it wouldn't be worth booking, and probably it would have been more accurate if I put behind it where they played.
My point being that in the contract, I didn't see a process of sitting down with the city and really taking that long view and looking at the character of the people being brought in as part of the contractual agreement.
I think the list was intended for anybody to go through.
Right.
And you have probably one of the biggest agencies actually reside here in Ojai, in Paradise.
Right.
And when you're negotiating with an agent, and they're pretty tough, you got to be able to negotiate knowing that you can get something through. What I thought was, because I think I gave you 2,600 different concerts
Yes,
that
you
I
did.
It's as simple as the city of Pasadena also went through and just crossed off stuff that they didn't think would work, and if we had an issue with what they crossed off, we would bring it up, but they literally crossed off things that I would never do there because they weren't
So you wouldn't be
appropriate.
adverse to language enabling that kind of collaboration? in
I
other
would
words?
be more than happy if you just, wrote down which ones you would want prior approval.
Okay.
Because my goal is
No, I think
to
it would be
sell
a-
to people that actually show up. The worst thing that you can do is, the way the business works is, I throw a guarantee down of $20,000, and if I make under $20,000, it's tough on me. If I make over $20,000, I'm only allowed to make 15%.
I just make the point because I think it's something that we may want to memorialize in the agreement, because one thing that everyone is very concerned about in Ojai is the character of Ojai, and what we bring in, we want to be consistent with that character. Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Sturley?
Mayor, just
Yeah,
one final
Councilmember
comment.
Haney?
Lance, Mr. Wyrick and I talked about this in great detail, and he's a big fan of Courtney Love.
We've done that a couple times.
You really?
It's a much better concert than you would think it is.
That was one of my list of what?
I just wanted to finish this, I had a client who's become a good friend of mine, and one of the comments that he made was, we have a world-class music festival here. We have a world-class playwright conference here. We have world-class education system. And I'm a firm believer in public schools, and I like to say that our public schools are in that same world-class standing. So one of the concerns was, what you bring, is it going to be world-class? And that's going to be the test for you. Can you meet the standard of this community? Can you live up to the expectations of the community?
And
I look forward
I'm
to
a
that.
person, I'm not a company, even though they say I'm a person, and I can honestly tell you, I could be no more proud when I walk into the city of Beverly Hills and I get greeted with smiles and not jeers, so.
Thank you, Lance.
Thank you. Mr. Shirley. I just want to comment on obviously looking at this proposal. I did have a lot of questions, and I don't know if some of the questions that we want to wait on to clear up as far as definitions, if we should just wait and continue it. But I do want to just comment, just as a individual council member here on the dais, is that I am impressed, first of all, by your resume. The amount of books and the success that you've had in other venues. It seems like Ojai does fit your philosophy. But as just as an individual, I wish that we would have had this conversation in another way. There's just a lot of unanswered questions in terms of when did the RFP go? Why did we decide to go this direction? I'm all about posting things so that our community could see what's going on. I just don't want to rush something through. But considering your background, considering the amount of support that you've gotten from different people in the community, I am willing to obviously go through this process. But at the same time, it is concerning the way it happened as a standpoint of a council member, not knowing exactly when the RFP went out, not knowing what other agencies were contacted and so forth. So I just want to comment that nothing against you, just a procedure questions. Councilmember Clapp.
Yes, I do have some questions about the agreement, and so I think maybe the best thing to do would be to table the item and move it to a future agenda so that we can bring it back before us and maybe resolve some of the questions that we all have.
Great, and I do have 3 speaker cards, so I'm going to call them up. First, I think it's Jill Lindsay. Jill, it's either Jill or Ju. Jim. Oh, yes, it could be.
I didn't know about the card, and then it was handed to me and quickly through. But, yeah, too busy typing. No, I came out here on behalf of Sterling Ventures and Lance Sterling, who I've worked with for over 15 years. I've been a resident of Ojai for over 20 years. And been in the concert business my entire professional life. Started out in college producing shows and putting on concerts. Right now, I book hundreds of shows all over the country with Paradise Artists, and we take care of a roster of about 70 different artists at varying levels. My specialty that I work with are primarily promoters and city festivals, city concert series. And I just wanted to come on their behalf. I know that everybody goes to concerts. Different people enjoy them for various reasons. But it's a very hard industry to understand until you're into it. And it's very specialized for who it is. And I just wanted to say that our experience, we do a lot of business with Lance personally. As a matter of fact, I was with him on the very first review of the Saban Theater that he talked about in Beverly Hills when he was looking at that to begin concerts. Now it's a vibrant, successful, great business right down there in the neighborhood. And as he says, the restaurants are full, the bars in the area are full. There's a lot of business going on out there. So I just wanted to just point that out as a resident here, that Lance is a stand-up guy, great to work with. Every company that was mentioned here are regular customers of ours. Work with AEG, Live Nation, Nederlander on a daily basis. But it's about the right fit. And as he mentions, the 2,000 seats and under, I believe that Lance is a right fit, and time is of the essence. Right now, about 60% of our summer schedules are booked and confirmed right now. Shows are starting to go on sale. So time is of the essence to begin the process of booking and getting some right shows in here. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie Bennett.
Hello, my name is Jamie Bennett. I'm the new president of the Ojai Music Festival and a resident of the Upper Ojai for the past few years. I am I am not speaking in favor or against this promoter. I think he's got some good ideas. I think the council and the community has finally come to find someone who can book a venue of that size. I know that when we all dream about what we dream about, we think about the kinds of acts that occur in a 7,000 or 8,000 seat venue, and the money that you have for a 1,300-seat venue is quite different. The only thing I ask is, and I frankly have not had time to review the contract in detail, but we have, as you all know, quite a lengthy contract with the city. That is, the music festival has a lengthy contract, and it involves lots of dates where we have to notify the city of our intentions. We have a total of 25 dates that we can use. We use the bulk of those for our own festival, but we have the rights to other dates, and we have to give notifications. I want to make sure that our contract shakes hands with this contract and that there are no conflicts in there. And I can think of one already that I'm concerned about. And just, while I really believe that the light and sound package is really the key to making this thing work, and that is you put up a light and sound package, you move people in and out quickly. The issue that we would face is if we had to take that out at our expense and hang our lights for the Ojai Music Festival and then take those out and then restore the lighting system, the cost to us is quite substantial. And as many of you know, our ticket price only covers half of the money that goes into producing the festival. The other is donations, and many, if not most of those donations come from this community. So the devil may be in the detail. I'm not saying that there isn't a solution to this, but even small things, and there are other groups as well who may have the same problems or issues that we have. We have a very specific lighting and sound system, and as you may know, we also stream the festival live over the internet during the 4 days it's in production. So those have some specifics associated with it. So I just urge you to look at the contract with that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and it would be good to look at all the contract the city has with the Bulls, not just the music festival. Joan Kemper?
Thank you. Members of the council, the mayor, I was very honored and very pleased to be asked to serve on this Libby Bowl committee. And you've heard a lot about what we worked very hard. I personally have been in the theater or the entertainment industry probably when you all were either not born or in grade school. So I have known a lot of people in this industry. And I contacted the Schubert Organization, Columbia Artists, Nita Lander, Lance Sterling, a lot of, as you've heard, we've talked to a lot of bookers. And Lance came out head and shoulders above, as you know, because he's doing the smaller houses, which we are. And I think our mission is to try and find something to go into Libby Bowl in 2016 that will bring something to family entertainment, not always concerts, but family entertainment to the people of Ojai. It's been empty for too long. The bowl is one of my favorite things. It's very close to me. I've worked very hard in the bowl from the time I was at the festival until now. And I think this is a golden opportunity to move ahead. And we don't want to rush it. We want to do it right, but we want to, we've been meeting really for 3 or 4 months on this. And we've had a lot of input from the public. I mean, I hear a lot of comments, and I think we really need to move forward on this. And his success speaks for itself. That's all.
Thank you.
And Jamie Bennett's concern, my concern is Music Festival too, and the other groups that come in. And we have blocked off the calendar. The festival has their dates. But what equipment is going in that Lance is going to put in? They won't have to take that down. They can put their own equipment on top of that, or on whatever they want to do. There will be no cost. And as far as the other groups, if they want to use the Sterling lighting and sound, they can use it at a price. But if they don't want it, they have to rent their own and then superimpose it. So it's an advantage. And same way with Lance's Ticketmaster contract, which is one of the best in the world that I can see. If the nonprofits want to use that, they can. But it'll be as an advantage for them. Most of the nonprofits want to sell their own tickets, I know. So I think this will be smooth. We can manage this calendar with all the other little groups. I think we'll be able to do this. Thank you.
And you're absolutely right, that is in the contract. Yeah, Councilmember Wyrick?
I just want to remind everyone, and just to pick up on what Joan Kemper said, we got to do this right. Three of us, the first time we saw this agreement was in the packet. I went through it, and I think at least Councilman Haney and I agree there's some issues that need to be clarified in the language. But I understand time is of the essence as well. So I'm going to make a motion that we continue this item to the next meeting, which is a week from today, for further discussion and further vetting by the community, so that the kind of communications that we came up with tonight can be, and then we can decide at the next meeting next Tuesday if we want to continue it again. But I think we should put a full press on this, but I just do not see how we can approve this tonight.
I mean, I'm in favor of that. I know that we have a full agenda on the 17th.
Well, I made my motion. I'm open to amendment.
Mr. Mayor, I totally agree. We don't want to, this is a time-sensitive contract.
Yes.
As some of the testimony tonight was that they're booking for the summer, and we need to book for the summer. So I think we need to get the consensus of the community and get the consensus of the council on this as fast as we can, and I would second Councilman Wyrick's motion.
Great. Before the motion, before we vote, I didn't close a public comment. Was there anybody else wanting to comment on this item? Not seeing anybody. I'm going to close, or I'm going to close the public hearing or public comment. And any discussion on the motion? If not, then I'll.
One comment, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Just to reiterate, I know that Councilmember Wyrick sent comments on the agreement, which were routed to me today. If any of the other council members have specific comments, now that you've had a little bit of time to go through the agreement, please send them to Rob and I, and we'll work with Sterling Venue Ventures.
Yeah, and if we could post those comments or concerns on the website, I think that'd be the way to go too. Or
So
acknowledge some type of.
I think what we'll do, at least the comments that Mr. Wyrick meant, could end up being amendments to the agreement, so we can redline the agreement to show what changes come out of the discussion.
I think that might be a better approach in terms of.
Well, just to state my concerns too is there wasn't a clear understanding, I guess, for me of other contracts that there were through the Park and Recreation Department about the bowl and how that affected the contract with Sterling, Mr. Lance, and then who was going to manage that part of the bowl, or who was going to be the contact. That for me was there was ambiguity in that understanding through this staff report. I didn't get a clear understanding how all that was going to work. So that's some of my concerns, is the whole management, who else is going to be involved in this whole procedure.
I think we can
Other
clarify that
comments
for
from
the next one.
Council? Okay.
Well, these are fair questions.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great. With that, then we are going to, could we vote on the motion?
Yep.
Clapp. Yes. Wyrick.
Yes.
Haney.
Yes.
Blatt.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes. Our fourth item, short-term vacation rental focus group report and recommendation. And I don't know if our ad hoc committee will do the presentation, or if staff, or if it's a conjunction.
I would say have Mr. Clark do his staff report, and then I will do a short PowerPoint presentation, and then Mr. Wyrick will speak.
Okay, Mayor, members of City Council, at the January 13th meeting, the council approved a request by council members Clapp and Wyrick to work with stakeholders to gather information about transient rentals. And then at the March 24th meeting, the council adopted an urgency ordinance establishing a 45-day moratorium on issuance of conditional use permits for new transient rentals. That moratorium was later extended to March 23rd, 2016. After meeting with the stakeholders in a focus group format several times, the group recommended that we hire a professional meeting facilitator and hold a community workshop, which was held on July 2nd. And since that time, the focus group has met and issued a report. So their report, the report from the workshop are all attached, and they're now ready to present those.
I can do it from here, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Which do I push, the red?
The white arrows, left and right.
Left and right, okay, gotcha. Okay, as the title says, this is a short-term vacation rental focus group report and recommendation. I guess I didn't make it big enough, did I? Well, I'll read it. There was a total of 8 participants and 2 council members as part of the group. Bill Wyrick and myself were the council members. There were 2 vacation rental operators, 1 affordable housing advocate, 1 real estate agent, 1 real estate agent specializing in long-term rentals, 1 Ojai-raised young married professional, 1 citizen at large, 1 business owner, and 1 hotel owner-operator. 3 out of 8 participants are renters. The consensus is of short-term unhosted vacation rentals. We had a long discussion about what are the consequences of vacation rentals, and the group, and incidentally, this report was approved by the focus group for submission. 2 dissenting votes. The dissenting votes were from the 1 vacation rental operator and 1 real estate agent. The consequences that were identified were loss of the peace, quiet, and safety of our neighborhoods, loss of resident participation in philanthropic organizations, recreation programs, and community events, a decline in availability of health care, people actively participating in local government processes and agencies would decrease, and a loss of rental housing, affordable or otherwise. The recommendation coming forward from the focus group was to allow hosted short-term vacation rentals for limited time periods. One of the discussions was, how are you going to enforce this? This is a major issue, is always enforcement, and it's a very difficult question to answer. Enforcement happens in 2 ways, we found. One is voluntary compliance, and this includes following the rules and not renting short-term at all. And 2 is by fines and penalties, administrative, civil, and criminal, and they have to be sufficient to deter violations. The proposal supports voluntary compliance by making owners financially responsible for renters' behavior, informing owners of potential exposure to ADA and FHA regulations and penalties, requiring owners to post license numbers on websites, establishing licensing requirements. Dwellings must be up to code, have insurance, be subject to inspection, and other requirements that will be deemed necessary by council. And will also, compliance will occur by making enforcement activities public. Suggested terms and conditions for the ordinance. Ordinance applies to all legal dwelling units in all zones within the city limits. And to clarify, this includes any and all units used as a short-term vacation rental prior to the adoption of this ordinance. So if you're already running a vacation rental, you will not be grandfathered in. That's what that means. And the units made legal under the city's second unit compliance program do not qualify to be a vacation rental because they were, the city council developed the second unit program in order to accommodate housing stock for the citizens, not for short-term vacation rentals. So they will be not qualify for the vacation rental program. Short-term vacation rentals shall be allowed only under the following conditions. Hosted, the owner must be present in the home for the duration of the rental. Rental shall be for 30 days or less. Over 30 days, renter's rights kick in and it becomes, is not considered a short-term vacation rental. All vacation rentals must have a valid city business license. The operator must have insurance coverage for vacation rental use. Basic homeowners insurance does not qualify. Dwelling must be permitted under Ojai Municipal Code requirements. Rentals are limited to 4 legacy events per year: the music festival, tennis tournament, film festival, and Ojai Studio Artist Tour. And the operation complies with all regulations. Prohibitions. Weddings, events, etc. are not going to be permitted as in the vacation rental policy. Advertising must comply with the ordinance. No advertising anywhere on the property. You can't put up signs, etc. You cannot exceed 2 guests per room, and the operation must comply with all city conditions. The licensing requirements: you have to have proof of insurance. It must be legally permitted dwelling. Any fines or penalties for ADA or FHA violations must be satisfied, and the owner will post license in the rental unit. Enforcement, again, is a major issue. The focus group decided that a way to ensure enforcement was to establish penalties. Then they would be determined by council. That also anyone may seek any injunction or other legal remedy. That means any citizen at large will have a legal remedy and a method in order to object to a vacation rental in their neighborhood. Fines and license will pay. This was one of the concerns, was the expense of enforcement, and the focus group determined that fines and the license fees should offset the cost of any enforcement. A hotline should be established for people to call concerning vacation rentals, and the city would be required to review websites and respond to all complaints promptly. Violations would be subject to revocation of permit and the license, and violations are punishable with fines. And the hosting platform requirements are to be determined. We decided that that's a very complex, deep issue that will have to be addressed. There's a lot coming down from the state, and as we all know, this matter is unfolding daily. Seems like there's not a day that goes by that you don't have vacation rentals coming, articles appearing in all of our media. After we reviewed this document, we also came up with 4 other recommendations. One is to have contain in every host packet, as well as on the city website, regulations for establishing a bed and breakfast. This we decided to do because we felt it was important for people who really want to enter into the hospitality industry as a business, that they be informed as how they can do that legally within the city limits. And in order to facilitate that, we recommend that we review the bed and breakfast requirements to ensure easy to understand and to make sure they're easy to understand and to encourage legal opportunities for someone to enter the hospitality industry. We also agreed that we needed to work with Ventura County to encourage a similar ordinance in the county and to explore ways to make the development of boutique hotels easily understood and easy to navigate. So that concludes my presentation and the focus group, and I'd like to thank everybody who participated in the focus group. It took a lot of time out of everyone's day, and it was really wonderful that they were willing to take that time and work with Bill and myself to come forward with this recommendation. And I turn it over to Mr. Wyrick.
I wanted to just start out with a general overview. And certainly when confronted with this issue, we go from where we're at, which is I think now a 6-year suspension of enforcement of transit rentals in the residential zones of the city. And, or maybe all the zones, I'm not, you get the general drift. And so we have, in effect, have nothing right now. We have no regulation, no guidance, nothing right now. And so we need to do something. The option of simply saying, like some cities have done, that it either in certain areas of the city or for the entire city, there will be none at all. And just say no transit rentals, period, not reasonable nor enforceable, I think was the conclusion of everyone for a lot of reasons. One of it is that we by the nature of our economy here, we cannot accommodate everybody that is visiting with the base load of installed lodging, because we have some definite peak load issues, and I excuse the economics language, that's what I am. I lapse into it. But at the same time, the current situation of years of suspension of enforcement is not compatible with managing properly the character of our city. I want to quote the general plan. The residents of Ojai share a common goal of ensuring that the existing sense of community is maintained and that Ojai successfully blends the best of small-town lifestyles and a tourist economy. And I think that's part of what drove our thinking, and clearly the existing status is not compatible with the general plan. You cannot have large parts of the residential community being converted into non-residential use and be compatible with what we all, I think, the general plan and what we all believe about the character of our city. So I think it's important to understand that the issue then becomes, what are our primary policy goals that we should serve? What can we agree on as a base level of regulation? And then how to achieve the right kind of restriction on this use that's compatible with the character of our city. So let me start with, I think, the broad policy goals that are easiest to come together on. Number one, anybody engaged in transient rentals should be on the same playing field with hotels and motels, with the hospitality industry. There's broad consensus on that one. You'd have a license.
No, there's not.
A broad consensus.
If you could please let Mr. Wyrick finish his comments, you'll have.
Broad consensus that this is commercial activity. That I, at least that I have spoken, the group that I understand, I haven't spoken to everybody, but I'll restate my point. The broadest agreement that I have run across is the idea that if you're engaged in commercial activity, which is what transit rental use is, that you should pay the transit occupancy tax the same as the lodging industry. Level playing field. And that is best achieved by a license, and that license should be annually renewed. It is not an entitlement, and that license should have that license number should be required to display in all advertising, contracts, et cetera, in order to enhance the enforceability, which is a major issue here. Moving on. I think another overall policy goal that I have heard a broad sense of agreement with, maybe not everybody, of course, is that one thing we do not want to have is our housing stock converted to exclusively transient rentals managed by people that don't own that are not residents or domiciled in the community. In other words, we do not want to see investment trusts coming in and buying up residential property for the sole purpose of renovation and use as transient rentals, which is happening in cities around the country. So what I think we came together on is you build on the licensing requirement, the level playing field principle, and then beyond that, look at what kinds of stipulations are appropriate and consistent with the sense of community. That's where the idea of hosted comes from the idea that if you are domiciled on the property, you're using your property for transient rentals, say, all right, I understand that there's some use, some purpose for that and consistent with the character, but that's a different kind of situation from outside investors coming in and buying properties solely for that use. And finally, in order to, if another policy goal is to discourage or prevent the construction or renovation of residential housing stock purely for the purpose of transient rental, not supplementing for family use or that kind of thing, but purely for that purpose, the only way to do that, if we want to pursue that policy goal, is to have some kind of limitation of use. How to do that? Big problem. How to do that? I am not necessarily, and I don't mean this as a dissent, But I am not sure I'm locked into a particular number of days, 4 legacy events only. We had a lot of discussion on that. What I want to see personally is that we come together with the most basic enforcement framework, licensing framework, and given the very dynamic situation in Sacramento with changing the rules and what we can do with all of this, and all kinds of issues like finding out what works for us, that we, as much as possible, we have a basic establishing of a licensing framework, and we leave as much as possible of the specific stipulations for that license to be done by ordinance, but by resolution of the council, so we can adapt to the needs of both what happens in Sacramento and what our experience is trying to implement this kind of thing. In other words, I caution against trying to have a very detailed, very complicated ordinance. I think we need a basic licensing arrangement, basic principles with basic requirements, and then as much as possible have policies by resolution to implement. So that's my point of view.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have one comment before we take it to the public portion of our meeting. Just because of where I'm situated, I've been passing speakers cards to the mayor, and I've noticed several speakers cards that have addresses that aren't even in the city of Ojai. So I would appreciate it if the mayor, when calling on the speakers, would specifically ask if they're a resident of the city or not a resident of the city, because we obviously have no control over any of the properties that are outside the city. And really, I'm not even sure the reason why somebody would be wanting to address us, but of course we'll hear you. But if you're outside the city, we have really nothing to do, and it's the county that would be the ones that you would need to talk to, and that includes the Upper Ojai, areas of Miramonte, Miners Oaks, places like that are outside our city limit.
Great. Any questions for the staff report or for Councilmember
I just
Wyrick
want to
or
thank
Councilmember Clapp?
the committee for their report and their hard work.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a lot.
I would also do that. They, we sit, Savaro, you and I sit on the cultural, I'm sure, yeah, I think I'm on. We sit on that cultural affairs ad hoc committee, and I'll tell you what, we're putting a lot of time in. And I just want to thank you both and the other members for all of the time that you guys put in.
Yeah.
There's I think what we're looking to achieve here, Bill, is a balancing act.
Right.
And we just have to figure out what the balance is and what the community needs are, and address all of them as equally as we can. I don't think our role is to pick winners and losers. I think we're all in this together. So again, I'm looking at this through how we can balance this to fit the needs of the community.
With that, then I'll open public comment. Star Crabtree. Star Crabtree.
Hi, everybody. Thank you
And
very
if
much.
you could please state if you're in the city limits or not.
I'm out of the city limits, although one of the house hotels is across the street from me within the city limit. And also, it's important to note that Steve Bennett is very interested in what this city is doing, and that will affect the other two house hotels that are behind me. One, a 7-bedroom, 4-bathroom house that is rented out a lot.
Is the whole Kuyama Road in the city limits or not? I believe it is, right? 404.
My understanding is that that road is divided down the middle of the road. and
Okay, so
some
that's
portions
half-
of one
half
side
the
is the
estimate.
city, one side is the county.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 3 house hotels around us, and they're very busy. The one across the street from us that is within the city rents out rooms, hosted, very, very busy. And their tourists come up our driveway, and they stop, and they get out of their car, and they think our home is their hotel. And that is really scary to me, and it's been extremely upsetting to live this way. Tourists make noise, and they stay up late, and that's what they do. And even more so when no one is watching them. So some operators claim that their tourists are not noisy. I don't know how they get out of their cars. I don't know how they come and go because they are noisy. And some operators also claim that they only rent a couple of days to supplement income or a couple of times a month. But if you look on the internet, a different story is told. And that is a statistic, not anything but a statistic. So we and my neighbors that I already know live under this kind of stress every single day. And there's no predictability, there's no peace in my home because I can call the sheriff as many times as I want, but there is a new group of people coming up our driveway all of the time and in the back having parties, staying out late, and doing what tourists do. So in my opinion, these operators are exploiting the neighborhoods regardless of their neighbors and the effect and the serious effect it is having on our well-being. So we bought our home in March, and I have not had a good night's sleep in a really long time. I'm extremely tired. We bought in a single-family residential zone. We did not buy in a hotel district. I would not have bought a home in a hotel district, and yet I am in one. And I feel personally it's a breach of duty for the city to not enforce the already on the books zoning code. My life has completely changed as my neighbors have changed as well. I cannot leave my window open when I want to. My cat does not have a breeze at night. I go to bed when the last tourist stops making noise in my backyard, which is a single family residential neighborhood. And that, to live with day in, day out, is unpredictable. And I don't feel like the people that are renting their homes care. And if you have not been impacted by this like I have, you have no idea about how tired you can be every single day. And I own a business, and I want to have locals come to my business. And I need them to have a home to live in order to come to my business. And so I want you to consider the situation that I am under and that my neighbors are under as an emergency for us. We depend on you to protect us. And I am living a life that is extremely stressful. So I would like you to lift the moratorium and start enforcing codes. And I am totally for anybody being able to rent their house for 30 days or more. I think that's completely fair. I also read the focus group recommendations. I'd like to thank you very much for everything that you did. And although I don't agree with it and I'm not happy with it, I could live with it if it's the absolute maximum that is given, because I have no predictability. I can go to bed at 9 o'clock at night, put earplugs in at 10, and someone comes out basically in my backyard at 10:30 having a good time. So I have no predictability, and it really is an emergency for those of us that are living under that. And to finish, I would like to say that I am again asking you to enforce the zoning codes on the books, give my neighbors and I the peace and quiet back in our single-family residential neighborhoods. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
And good night.
Linda.
Mr. Mayor, just briefly, I'd like to thank Ms. Crabtree for the lengthy email that she provided to all of us.
That's correct.
Sometimes we hear things for the first time at public comment, but thank you very much for your email.
Okay,
I thought it to be very enlightening.
Thank you.
Linda Steels. And if you could please stay if you're in or out of the city limits.
Yes, it's Linda Stice, and I do live in the city. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am speaking tonight not just for myself, but for many other short-term rental owners who are afraid to speak out for fear of retaliation and fines. I figure this may be my last chance, and I have to take the risk. I have read the focus group report and recommendations. I believe that many of the findings are simply unfounded. For example, stating that short-term renters have little incentive to be good neighbors and cause disruption and often drive under the influence is just crazy. My guests usually walk around town. Many have come to Ojai for years. Has anyone thought to ask the Sheriff's Department how many DUIs are issued to short-term renters. The report also states that there's a loss of residential participation, in particular the 4th of July parade, and I'm wondering whose chairs those are lined up on the street. Affordable housing is a serious problem, it's true, but very few of these short-term rentals would actually be converted to long-term rentals. If I was forced to rent my home long-term, who's to say that my renter will be invested in the community? Many of my neighbors who do own their own homes don't participate in the community anyway. The report states that the focus group met approximately 4 times and then hired a $10,000 consultant. This consultant held what was advertised to be a workshop, but there was no real discussion. But the consultant did give the city council and the city manager assignments. One was to determine an online survey was necessary. We didn't get a survey. Determine the impact on the housing supply. I haven't seen any facts or statistics. Determine how much short-term rental activity is occurring. We don't have any statistics on that. It appears that the report and the focus group has done very little research and are jumping to some erroneous conclusions and making short-term rentals the scapegoat for many of the growing pains in Ojai. The report makes a big deal of hosted versus unhosted rentals, saying that banning unhosted rentals will prevent investors from buying too many properties. Why not make the ordinance allow a homeowner only one short-term rental in the city? There are numerous owners who inherited their parents' homes but still live nearby. Don't make us all pay for a few investors who are doing too much. Admittedly, there are a few owners renting to larger groups than should be allowed, causing traffic, noise, and general distress. However, these individuals are few, and regulations could fix this. I've emailed our suggested regulations and have more copies here if you'd like them. One important point before I run out of time, we're proposing that the transient occupancy tax, which we are all willing to pay, if there was a way, of perhaps $200,000 a year, could be used to pay the salary of a full-time employee to oversee the program, and the balance could be put into a fund for affordable housing. The ordinance and regulations you are proposing are clearly burdensome, over-regulating, and intended to discourage alternate short-term rentals. ADA compliant, $100,000 fines, really. You said many times that time is of the essence, and unless there's something you haven't told us, there's plenty of time to slow down and do this right. If you truly believe that you've done all you can to get the facts and the staff report and the proposed ordinance is the best solution, then I implore you to at least give us the courtesy and time to clear our calendars. Allow us at least 6 months before imposing fines. Please don't make us worry that the sheriff is going to show up knocking on our door on Christmas Day. This is not the Ojai anybody wants. Thank you.
Jim Seaman.
Jim Selman, I am a resident of Ojai. City of Ojai. Thank you for the listening, and thank you for the work in this particular issue, because it's very complex. I think a lot of bad policy is done for good intentions, and I agree very much with the prior speaker on most of the points that she made. I think also there's a certain distinction that I think you made, Councilman Clark, about the difference between people who own a residence and have a guest house that they wish to use as a short-term rental from time to time, that are not in the commercial renting business per se, and to treat those people in the same brush that you're relating to an apartment building or something that's being developed by an outside investor or something of that, I think is a false generalization that does more than just simply assert the council's right to address a public nuisance, for example. There are existing regulations to deal with those sorts of problems. You don't need to regulate the economic activities of the individual property owner. And I think that this becomes an ideological issue that to some extent is to the benefit of the hotel industry, and that completely is ignoring the fact that we're in the middle of a global economic transformation in terms of business or person-to-person business and commerce, which I agree, while it challenges a lot of the traditional industries and so forth and so on, is effectively our future. And I propose to you that you don't need to violate
the private economic transactions of individuals in order to deal with these problems. I particularly agree with the prior speaker that taking short-term rentals off the market doesn't necessarily translate into more housing stock within the community. Certainly my place will never be a long-term rental. And so therefore I implore you to at least make some serious distinctions in terms of who you're trying to regulate, and not necessarily try to assert the same kinds of rules on the individual property owner that you're trying to assert on institutional investors and others that might wish to bring a different business model to the community. Thank you.
Thanks. Anthony Vogt. If you could please stay if you're in or outside the city limits.
I reside at 918 Palomar. Some of you are familiar with the Libby Gate that's there. And there is an associated gatehouse, which was purchased some time ago and is run as a hotel right now. Now, I don't take great pleasure in having a hotel in a residential district. Moreover, they're getting a tax break because they're a historical landmark. So the city is financing a hotel in violation of what the existing zoning provisions of the city are. But that leads me to another point. I'm right next to them. Can I tell whether or not any event there is being hosted? Of course not. It's very, very difficult to know whether a particular person is in a particular place at a particular time. And I think you folks are going to have a hard time coming up with enforceable language about hosting, because in enforcement, you're going to have the burden of proof as to whether or not the rental was hosted. And that's going to be a very difficult burden to carry unless you're going to hire a detective to sit out there for an indefinite period of time watching comings and goings. That troubles me. Enforcement generally troubles me, and the concept that there'd be a private right of action by a member of the community to seek injunctive relief or otherwise does not sit well with me. For one thing, I don't know whether you can legally do that under state law. I do know that whether or not an injunction issues is a function of general state law, and that the court has discretion. I do know that lawsuits where there is a right to recover attorney's fees don't always cover all those fees. I do know that if I was to bring such an action, I might have to wait for a year or more for a resolution of the action, and I'm not particularly enthused about fronting the money. I do know that I may have to come up with a bond. There's no mention of that. These are all troublesome aspects, but fundamentally, it's the city's responsibility to enforce its law. You can't slough that responsibility off to the citizens. We pay taxes for laws to be enforced, and we would hope that when you adopt this ordinance, or whatever ordinance you conclude is appropriate, that you will finance the cost, whatever they may be, including detectives, to ensure that it's properly enforced. Let me simply close by saying that be sure to exclude historical landmarks.
Barry Betlock.
Yes, thank you. I'm Barry Betlock, and I'm a resident of the city of Ojai. I have a question for Councilwoman Clapp based on what you read. I just need to understand this. Are you saying that the second dwelling units are not going to be, no matter what you pass, are not going to be eligible for short-term rentals?
Yes, that's correct, because they were originally designated to increase the housing stock and to make it legally compliant for housing stock, and that was the original intent, which is why they've been excluded.
I just finished a substantial project. In fact, I was the first person in the city of Ojai to qualify under the second dwelling unit program. And under that program, and I can assure you that I've read it many times, it says in there that there will be no restrictions on rentals or leases. And yet now you're telling me that you are going to carve us out of this? I
Okay,
think
hang
that's
on.
just absurd.
Hang on just a second. Hang on just a second. Will you please clarify, Mr. Summers,
At
what
the-
the intent of the second dwelling unit was for?
The second dwelling unit compliance program was intended to create a pathway to legalize existing unpermitted second units that were already built but had no permits and no authorization. That program enabled legalization of those units subject to various restrictions. Nothing in that program modified the existing prohibition on vacation rentals absent a permit. At this point, the council is considering modifying that prohibition to allow vacation rentals with a permit in certain cases, which under the current proposal would not include a second unit as approved by the compliance program. The council, of course, that's the proposal afoot. It has not been adopted yet. The council could modify that.
You know something?
Mr. Summers, there's a person here in the audience that was intimately involved with the second dwelling unit program, and I would like her to come up and answer your question, if that's okay.
I would prefer if Mr. Betlock finish his comments and before.
Well, I think it would help clarify this.
Yeah, Mr. Betlock,
Fair
if you
hearing
could
from the
proceed.
public. You know, you've got to stop people from calling from the audience, please.
It's.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Clapp, if you could, this is an emotional
Yes,
item.
and I would prefer it if
and
the
I
audience
think
is
if you could
instructed
please
to
let
not
me-
yell from the
if-
audience.
Yes, I will.
Okay,
I will.
thank you.
Make those remarks,
Yeah,
so please.
that would be great, thank you.
If you could let Mr. Betlock finish.
Yeah, that's fine. I just thought it would help if she could explain.
Okay, I asked the question for clarification, and I asked the question for some explanation to me, since I qualified under this program, not an unlicensed unit, something that was licensed as a recreation room. And I totally converted it. I met all the tests the city gave me, and I was given a permit or certificate to that effect. Now, I would like somebody to explain to me why the program that I qualified under said that there would be no limit, and they used the word rental and lease in that guide. And I understand now that before that it was prohibited because everything was prohibited, but whatever you come out of this thing with, assuming that short-term rentals are part of it, you're saying to me that I will not qualify. Is that true?
Now, as I was saying, we have a member of the focus group here that could explain to you the thinking behind the focus group recommendation.
Let me just say one other thing, because
Mr. Mayor, you
I
might
just
take
want to
control.
make sure that we give you, if that's all your comments, if you have other questions, if you could please state them, and then I'm going to see.
I have two comments.
And then we'll go to
And then
answering
you
your
can-
question.
I'll get
Yes.
out of your way. Number one, I think this unhosted status for rentals is nothing but problematic. I think it's part of what's been a problem in the past, and I think it's going to continue to be a problem if you allow it. And I don't think there should be, however you define unhosted rentals in this city, because you're going to open it up to investors coming in here, and you're going to have a circus. You've already had a circus, and it's not a good idea. On the other side of it, I live in a neighborhood that if I'd made a lot of noise, believe me, I've got some neighbors that would be down all over me. And I am an adult. I've lived here for 20 years in this community, and I have chosen not to specifically put my house on the market up to this point because I've been waiting, time sensitive, I've been waiting for somebody to say, these are the rules that we're going to enforce. And when that time came, it was fully my intent, and that's why I qualified under the second dwelling unit program, to go forth and have rentals, short-term rentals. But this business about you can have 4 rentals, we're not children. We're not children. We're responsible for our own homes. I live there. If I have to attest, the only time I'll have a renter is when I'm present or my spouse is present. I'll be glad to do that. I'll hang licenses. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. But just for you to tell me you're limited to 4, or in your case, saying you're limited to 0, it's outrageous. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just ask a clarification, sir. I just want to, I ask a question of clarification, all right? So you are okay with a domicile requirement for short-term rentals?
Totally, absolutely.
And, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Blatz, and then
I
we'll
just-
go back to.
I can appreciate your frustration, but what is before the council tonight is a report of a ad hoc committee. That's what's before us. It's not in final format that the council will probably approve. I mean, that's why we're having as much public input as we have, as we're getting tonight. The ad hoc report says that anybody that qualified under the second dwelling unit program would not qualify as being able to have a short-term rental. That doesn't mean that's what we're going to adopt. We haven't even started to discuss the issue yet, and I think your comments indicating your disapproval of that aspect of it is very important to us. But this is just a report coming to us tonight. It's not Councilwoman Clapp or Councilman Wyrick. They were part of a committee. They're reporting back to us on the committee's findings, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mayor
Blatz.
Tim,
I appreciate
I
that.
do want to turn it back to Councilmember Clapp and I could entertain her
Hey,
request.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's really important that from the audience, that we restrict clapping and that we also restrict hollering from the room. I think it's disruptive, and I think it adds to attention to the room that is really not productive. Regarding Mr. Batlock's question, we do have a member of the focus group here that was intimately involved with the development of the second dwelling unit program. She's on the Building Appeals Board. It's Dale Hansen, and I think that she could answer his question. If it's okay with you, I would like to ask her to
Yes.
come to the podium and explain.
Ms. Hanson.
Dale Hansen, I live in the city. I served, I'm a member of the famous Building Appeals Board, and I'm proud of it. And I also served on the last housing element where the second unit program came out of. And the purpose of that was to create rentals for Ojai, long-term rentals, affordable. It wasn't for vacation rentals. And when we were going over this on the Building Appeals Board, that's one of the things that we requested, that this be made clear, that none of the second unit compliances units were to be rented for vacation rentals. They were strictly for long-term rentals and hopefully affordable. Did I answer the question?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, since I'm here already, I didn't turn in a card. I was going to wait to hear everybody speak. I so totally agree with what Star Crabtree said. I think that if we don't enforce this, we just will throw our zoning laws out the window. It makes no sense to have a commercial business in a residential neighborhood. If you want to buy in a neighborhood where you have other residences, you don't want a business next door or across the street. And I've heard that from so many people. I'm a real estate agent in this town. I have people coming into my office all the time wanting rentals. Have always been hard in Ojai, but in the last 4 or 5 years, it is incredibly impossible. And I just think that something needs to be done about it. I think the program that both of you worked on, and I served on that as well, I think there may be some things to work out. I don't want to hurt anybody, but no one should be making money on hurting this community. And that's what that's what those vacation rentals do. They hurt us. They hurt our school district, because people who want to come here, families, if they can't afford to buy here, then they can't rent here. And one of the school board members was going to be here tonight, couldn't make it, to speak about that specifically, how much our school districts is hurting because of the enrollment is down, way down. They're looking at having to close one of the schools, and that's really too bad. The only other thing I want to say as a real estate agent, if you're selling a property or trying to sell a property and there is a vacation rental, you have to disclose that. And I know of several properties that were taken off the market because they couldn't sell it. Why? Next door was a vacation rental. It hurts our community in many ways. And please, let's do all we can to get rid of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy DeVore?
Yeah. I want to comment, if I could, on
If you could please just quickly stay if you're in or outside of the city limits.
I'm in the city, but can I take a moment outside the 3 minutes just to respond to this problem that Barry was talking about? You know, I'm the ombudsperson on the
Yes.
second unit.
Yes.
And I came before the council, it may have been the BAB.
It was in front of the council, and you did raise this
This
question.
inconsistency, yes. And I said, just what Barry, ran into. And I said, there's an inconsistency here. And I remember you all saying, well, when we get around to doing some regulations on the short term, we'll incorporate that. But this problem was, kind of there. And I understand his position if this was in his mind. I don't know how to solve the problem, but I just wanted to remind everyone that it was brought up, and it wasn't removed.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't make that edit, okay? And I suggested that edit. I wanted to respond particularly to Councilman Rainey's mentioning of balancing the interests, because that really is what this is all about, to keep peace in the community. And this business platform that seems to be infecting desirable places to live, and it's really affected Ojai. I just want to make a couple points. Excuse me. One is that you'll often hear that people need to do the short-term rentals to make, to pay their mortgage or to help their retirement or whatever. This type of regulation does nothing to preclude renting out your place. Okay? So that's a little bit of a red herring in my mind, because, there is no restriction on renting. And of course, the limitations on the amount of time or the amount of days that a person will be able to rent if it's hosted is really designed to make long-term renting more profitable. And it is to discourage too much short-term rental, because the effect that has on the community, which many people have talked about. So that's the reason for the limitation on the days. There's some discussion about hosted and unhosted. And the unhosted is where the problems come in. The hosted, I want to make a comment. I did some looking at the ADA about this, and you all know what the Americans with Disabilities Act is, and it requires all sorts of modifications to public accommodations. And they make an exception. This was the feds making an exception. I didn't research the legislative intent on this, but I can guess what it was, and that was that people, as property owners, we've always had the right to rent out an extra room. We need money, something happens, we want to rent out something. The exception that they carved out for public accommodations, meaning you don't have to do all the accommodations for disabled people, is for owners that are renting out a structure that has 5 separate units or less and reside on the property. You see what I'm saying? So ADA, what they looked at was the businesses. And so there is a distinction between someone who, needs some extra money and they're renting out their extra bedroom or their extra, guest house or whatever it is, and someone who has a business. And they're not there. And those are the people that are being noisy and making people's lives crazy. So that was the reason for the distinction, was advancing the policy of maintaining the character, was to get at what are the things that are interfering with the character. And those were the unhosted, primarily the unhosted. So that was the reason for that distinction, is to balance the interests. And the other reason for picking those festival days was so that the merchants and the artists and all those who benefit from when the town is really loaded up, and certainly not have it so that there's not room for all the people that want to come and spend their money, that people could benefit from that. That's why those days were picked. So I think that everybody on that group worked very hard and we're balancing interests. I know I came in saying, let's just not have it. My point of view is we won't have any. And after all the discussion, it seemed reasonable. It seemed to be a reasonable compromise to include these provisions that Councilwoman Clapp went over. So that was that was our guiding principle, really, was to how can we balance the interests. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Brock Bernstein.
My name is Brock Bernstein, and I live in the city of Ojai. I've been an Ojai resident since 1983. I was a founding partner of EcoAnalysis, an Ojai company that employed more than 30 people. I and my wife own a home in Ojai and have rented all or part of our home to guests on several occasions. These include people who have come to Ojai to do a yoga workshop, elderly people who came back to Ojai for a Villanova reunion, people like that who are quiet and peaceful and quite happy to have them. We would be happy to comply with clear and equitable licensing requirements. As a long-term resident, I understand concerns about the changing character of the town. However, as a professional who's been directly involved for over 20 years in helping cities, counties, and state agencies develop, interpret, and implement regulations, I have a few concerns about the focus group's proposals. Vague wording. While the report is not yet formal regulatory language, it is written in that vein, and poorly drafted or ambiguous sections could cause problems. Section 4B states that the host, quote, takes financial responsibility for any damages caused by the renters, unquote. This vague wording could be construed to mean that I would be responsible for any damages caused by a renter anywhere in town. Is this the intent? Does this comply with state liability statutes and regulations? This could lead to unnecessary and expensive litigation. Injured parties are naturally going to pursue any and all likely sources of compensation. Unintended consequences. The report's main intent is to reduce the number of short-term rentals by making them less financially lucrative. The proposal, especially the restriction to just a few weekends a year, will definitely accomplish this. However, this will hurt the hosted rentals to use the additional income to help make ends meet, including single working parents, couples nearing retirement, or families trying to adjust to college expenses. The option to rent our house out full-time is just not feasible. Where would we go? We'd have to go rent somewhere else. We're not prepared to give up our home. If these people have to live Ojai, they will be replaced by wealthier people who can afford the current high price of property here. I'm not sure that those sorts of changes to the city's character were considered by the focus group. Unequal penalties. Section 6B states that, quote, any interested person may seek an injunction or other relief to prevent and remedy violations of the ordinance, end quote. The other relief phrase is another example of vague wording. Does this authorize lawsuits? What will be the city's responsibility in supporting such other relief? As described, the ordinance will include restrictions on noise and other nuisances created by rentals. This provides much more direct and powerful avenues for affected parties than now exist for the very same nuisances created by permanent residents. Dogs, noisy parties, diesel trucks warming up at 5 in the morning, things like that. From the standpoint of the affected party, it shouldn't matter whether the nuisance stems from a renter or a resident. The city's ordinances should provide equity in terms of relief for the same impact or injury. Perverse incentives. The focus group addresses enforceability by empowering, quote, any interested person, unquote, to make a complaint, seek an injunction, or seek other relief. If they perceive there to have been a violation of the ordinance, this has important implications. It incentivizes residents to inform on each other and could undermine the very thing the focus seeks to preserve. It may also result in violations of host privacy. Am I going to have the city coming to my house to verify that the extra car in front belongs to a visiting relative instead of an illegal guest? What sort of proof will I need to present in these and similar cases? These are only a few examples. There are many others. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Carolyn Vondriska.
Good evening, Mayor Lara, members of council, and city staff. My name is Carolyn Vondriska, and I live in the city of Ojai. I consider myself actively involved in our community, and I try to focus on issues that I deem to be of significant benefit or detriment to Ojai. That is why I'm speaking to you tonight on the subject of transient rentals. I feel that I can address this issue with some credibility because my family owns a cabin that has been a transient rental, and I own 3 long-term rentals within the city limits. All of these rentals are properly permitted. I pay tax on my rental income, and I believe in following the rules that apply to us all. While it is true that I could make more money by converting my long-term rentals to transient rentals, I have not done that. Why not? Because I feel that I would be profiting at the expense of our community. How? Without a CUP, transient rentals are not legal. I have been advised there is only one legal transient rental in Ojai, yet I see many advertised on Facebook and on the transient rental websites. I am concerned that such rentals deprive our legitimate bed tax paying hospitality providers of revenue. That hurts our community because tourism forms the economic base of Ojai. Our community cannot thrive in an environment where our economic base is being impacted by those who have been operating outside the rules. 2, I also am concerned that transient rentals are depriving our local rental community of housing. A couple of months ago, one of my rentals in city limits became available. Within a few hours of listing the rental, I had so many inquiries that it took me hours to respond to them all. And what I heard over and over was that families were having to leave their rentals because the owners were converting them to vacation rentals, and or in turn, there were very few alternatives because the supply of long-term rentals in Ojai has plummeted. It concerns me that ours may become a community of vacationers who do not have a stake in the long-term welfare of Ojai. You are at a crossroads on this issue. You either ignore the proliferation of transient rentals in Ojai and send the message that profit over the welfare of our community as a whole is paramount, or you enforce against a business practice in Ojai that has been operating outside the rules and harms the local renters and legitimate businesses that form our economic base. If you choose the latter, you send the appropriate message to our community. You prioritize our local renting residents. You support the Ojai homeowners and landlords who want to follow the rules, who pay for proper permits, pay the income tax generated by their rentals to locals, and pay the bed tax generated by their legitimate vacation rentals. As with any significant issue, reasonable compromise is of value. To that end, I urge the council to adopt the recommendations of the focus group with the following additional requests. You must enforce. Rules without ramifications are meaningless. Ensure that without exception, all dwellings in Ojai are covered by the proposed ordinance. As a threshold matter, however, you must distinguish between those properties that, but for the transient rental issue, are otherwise properly permitted and those that have unpermitted additions and or second dwellings. The latter category should not qualify for any form of transient rental business unless and until they are properly permitted. Safety, fairness, and insurability require such a result. Define with particularity what you mean by hosted. Does the transient rental portion need to be physically within the owner's residence, or is a second dwelling considered hosted? What about the RV owner who wants to host an RV transient rental on their property, or a yurt, mobile home, tiny house, and all the other potential ways that people are going to define hosted? Require proof of insurance for such rentals. I was told by my homeowner's insurance, USAA, that my policy would be null and void if we had a transient rental in any portion of our residence. If that is universal in the insurance industry, and I suspect that it is due to the heightened risk of such rentals, then you should reconsider the idea of allowing hosted rentals. I also was told by Airbnb in writing on the insurance issue that they tell hosts, quote, to comply with any permitting, zoning, safety, and health regulations that may apply, end quote. In other words, we can assume that any coverage provided by the transient rental sites would look to deny coverage here in Ojai, where transient rentals in unpermitted dwellings do not meet their expected standard of practice. As a neighbor to transient rentals, this has me greatly concerned, because when a fire or other hazard inevitably occurs, who will cover my loss? Require proper permitting, licensing, and bed tax collection. In short, apply to the transient rental operators the same standards that govern the rest of the business owners in our community. Lastly, require an initial inspection prior to issuance of a CUP to ensure proper permitting, as well as periodic inspections of rental units so that you can ensure their ongoing safety and compliance. Landlords in compliance should have no problem with this. The bottom line is this: our community needs you to address this issue and enforce the limitations you impose. The transient rental owners should legitimize their rentals if they can, obtain the permits they need, obtain the licenses that businesses are required to have, and pay income and local bed tax as is appropriate. If they can't be legitimized under the new ordinance, they can become long-term rentals for Ojai residents. It's not a bad result. We property owners are fortunate to own rentals and have income generated by them. And on a personal front, we should think about whether we really need a transient rental. The benefits to me personally and to my community generally of owning rentals that I share at fair monthly rates with people who are members of the community hold significant value in and of itself. Thank you.
Frank Lucindo. Frank Lucindo.
Mayor, member of the council.
And if you could please stay if you're in the city or outside.
I live on Shady Lane right here in Ojai. I brought the statistics. I thought it would be appropriate if people could understand the scale, because I think a lot of people are overreacting, like they're getting this mental picture that there's 1,500 temporary rentals going on. If you look at the, to use the gentleman's phrase, 900-pound gorilla in this industry, it's Airbnb. There are on Airbnb 103 homes for rent in Ojai. And there are 80 rooms for rent. Now there's a lot of overlap because a lot of the people that are renting the house are also renting a room. So we're talking about a relatively small number of units. If you include condos, the number only jumps to 129. Now, I went to the website and I made a chart and I counted the price of each unit in the city. And I determined that between $0 and $300, you have 66 houses. And out of those 66 houses, probably 30 of them, because they're $0 to $300, are in places like Miners Oaks, Miramonte. They're not in the city of Ojai. The average house rents for $450. What does that mean? It means that a house is probably pretty nice. It's probably $1 million house. There's a house in Ojai that rents for, get this, $1,675 per night. That's per night. My point is this. A lot of people are thinking that their neighborhood on Drown or Park Road or Shady Lane is all of a sudden going to get filled with these short-term rentals. But I have to assure you, I don't think that's going to be the case at all. People have been renting these homes for 4 or 5 years in the city, and we've got roughly 60 or 80 in our town. And the ones that are $1 and $2 million, you're not going to notice those houses. Those are going to be in luxury neighborhoods. They're going to be far apart. There's not going to see cars parked in front of them. They're going to be up those long driveway, probably next to the pool on the 2 acres. Okay, so that's completely different from a mental picture of a little tiny Ojai street lined with cars where every other house is a vacation rental. That's not going to be the case. I have roughly 5 years of experience on Airbnb renting. I had a great big 2-story house in the city of Universal Studios in Los Angeles that overlooked Universal Studios. My price was $500 a night. I used to get $75,000 a year on Airbnb. I was a renting monster. And I have to tell you, in 5 years, I got one complaint from a neighbor. You know what that complaint was? Hey, there was a party at your place. How come I didn't get invited? And how did I accomplish this? I'll tell you, that first lady that made that her complaint, I totally understand that. But you know what? What's happening there is, it's not a bad system. That's a bad landlord. That's someone who doesn't supervise, doesn't care, leaves a very poor, rude situation for his neighbors, and that's the kind of person you don't want renting in your neighborhood. I make my people sign a rental agreement, which is part of my Airbnb agreement. And you know what that rental agreement says? It says you're limited to 4 people in the house because I have 2 bedrooms. It says you can't have people over the house. You can't have people visit you. If you don't like it, rent somebody else's house. I tell those people, no parties, no glasses or food outside unless it's the backyard and you can characterize it as a picnic. I'm tough on people. I'm never going to get a complaint. I tell people, don't park on the street. Park up the driveway. I don't want my neighbor looking out the window going, whose sedan has been out there for 2, people are like that. They don't like it. I respect that. I think what people are forgetting is that you are going to have bad individuals who are not careful. It's not a bad system, but you are going to have bad landlords. What you really need to figure out is how to deal with those few people out of those 60 or 70 houses. And don't forget, when I say there are 120 houses in Ojai, it doesn't mean that you're going to have a person in every one of them every day of the week. I think you will find that Airbnb rentals are on Friday and Saturday with a checkout Sunday. So if you're lucky enough to fill every weekend, which is unusual, you'll get 8 rentals. So if you take 8 rentals, and let's multiply it by 60 houses, and you manage to get 4 people into each one, we're talking 240 people in your community, and that's a high number. Then ask yourself this next question. Are we all familiar with the Ojai Inn and Spa? Do we know that they have 305 rooms, averaging 3 people in each room? When that place is full, and it's full a lot, guess what? You have 915 people in the city of Ojai, and that's 1 hotel. Contrast that with your 80 to 100 people visiting on the weekend in your 60 rental houses. I think this is just a big overreaction. I don't think you have, people have fear. They think, oh my God, what might happen? But the truth is, you don't need to kill the system because somebody is going to have an experience like that poor young lady. If I were her, I would talk to that guy and go, hey, look, I'm getting noise, I'm getting hassled, I don't like it, you better do something about it. And you could create a system where if somebody is a nuisance landlord, I learned very quickly that if you make mistakes in this business, you have immediate problems. The worst mistake I ever made was I rented to a 21-year-old from Wisconsin who was here for the Rose Bowl. And he said he was going to have a few friends. Guess what happened? 80 people showed up in front of my house. I looked at the kid and said, are you out of your mind? Did you think I was just going to trust you? I go, here's your money back. Sorry, you're not doing that to me.
Thank you.
They will try to do that to you.
Thank
They will
you.
try to have parties. They will try to abuse them.
Great.
I know I'm
Thanks.
running out of time. Just wanted to make a couple of other remarks.
Well, we already went way over your time,
okay.
so
I just want to
appreciate-
say, I want to say just this in closing, that I think that a lot of the recommendations are good. I tend to agree with this gentleman that when he said limiting it, Mr. Wyrick, when he said limiting it only to the holiday times is unrealistic. And finally, when you say that you have to have a hosted rental, you are making the homeowner a babysitter. That homeowner is not going to stand in the house the whole time people are there. He's going to want to go out to eat, go pick up his kid from school, whatever. You cannot confine the homeowner.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Can I have a quick question?
Yes.
Please answer quickly. So you have no issue with a licensing stipulations that would incorporate some of the standards you just discussed?
Absolutely not. You have to do that.
Thank you. Sherry Stuckey?
Hi, guys. I live in the city, 514 Vista Hermosa. I almost lost my house in the recession, so saving my house was a result. The vacation rentals helped that. So I've been doing it for a while for myself and clients, and I've learned that on the average for a mid-type level home, it's about 10 days per year. Per month, 10 days per month at about 6 people. So that's a capacity of about 8,000 a month. Hotels, we have 400 rooms. Assuming they're operating at max capacity, I think that's about 6,000. So based on my statistics, which didn't have that in there, there's a delta of about 4,400 people each month that use the vacation rentals. And they're not party animals, they're normal people just coming to Ojai. So I think it has a strong economic contribution to the community. Also for some of the owners. So when we first started talking about this, I gave you guys the Cambria ordinance, which had a provision in there for neighbors who did not appreciate what was going on next door. And it's simply pick up the phone, and after 2 incidences of they're not happy and the sheriff shows up and they can't resolve it, they get their license pulled. And I don't see why we couldn't do something like that here too. Because it really makes the homeowner very responsible for what's going on with their property. And at the same time, it gives the neighbor an assurance that if they're not happy with what's going on, they can actually do something about it. So that's just my 2 cents. Now, I have a couple other things. I do manage these for some people, and if you are going to implement some restrictions, the existing leases are an issue. So many times they're booked out for a year. So we need to consider what kind of ramifications that would have. I suggest if they're already booked, we probably need to let them go. And then secondly, I support on-site management as well. I think that's an important aspect of this.
Thank you. Jamie Bennett.
I'm going to yield. Jillian McManus is going to say what I'm going to say. Thanks.
If you could please state your name and if you live in the city.
Yes, my name is Jillian McManus, and I do live in the city, but I'm here actually as the operations director for the Ojai Music Festival, so I am not representing myself as a private resident. I am representing the festival because every year, as I'm sure everybody here knows, we bring many musicians and artists into the city of Ojai to put on our 4-day festival. And ordinarily how we house people is either through the generosity of the people in the community who provide us with rooms in their homes or their use of their guest houses, that type of thing. And then we ordinarily house a large group of artists also down in Ventura because we like to keep the hotels here open for our patrons. This year in particular, and I think this is possibly true for upcoming years, we have a number of artists who don't drive. Some of them are foreigners from New York, and they never learned. And then we have people who are coming in from Egypt and from India, and people who drive on other sides of the street, and they don't feel comfortable driving in Los Angeles and in California. And then secondly, we have very rigorous rehearsal schedules quite often, so that to ask artists to rehearse late into the evening and then come back, then go down to Ventura and then come back, we feel puts an undue burden on them when they're working as hard as they work. So this year, I have started to explore Airbnbs that are within walking distance of the ball. And I've gone to quite a few different homes, and I actually have gone, I think, by and large, to homes that have hosted accommodations. I've felt very comfortable about all of them. I went to go see them to make sure that they are up to standard for us, for the artists that we host. And I want to say that, we don't have that many hosts who live actually private homes that live right actually in Ojai. So it's hard for me to accommodate people within walking distance with the houses that we have that are private homes. But the artists who come into Ojai love being in this city. They love being part of the city. They love being able to walk from a rehearsal down to a coffee shop or into Rains or to do whatever they want to do. And that's a very important part of their experience of Ojai. I think one of the problems that we foresee, or we potentially foresee in your recommendations, is that you have asked, I know you've given us and a few other organizations or events some kind of waiver or allowance for nights. But I want to say that for the festival itself, our nights are often more than 4 nights of the actual festival. Our musicians come in, for instance, this year they're coming in on the 2nd of June, and they won't be departing until the 12th of June. So there's an 11-night, the 13th of June, there's an 11-night package of rooms that I'm looking for, and I'm looking for 20 different rooms. Now, not all of them have to be within walking distance, but I also suspect that for a lot of other events that you guys are considering, allowing, that this is also a consideration that they will need rooms and accommodations for outside of the actual event dates, longer than the event dates. I also wanted to ask that I know that there are currently, I have looked at some Airbnbs and I see that I'm on time, so I will go fast. That I see that there's some Airbnbs that are actually currently in business and residential properties. Will those be allowed now to continue? I'm just curious, if they were licensed properly?
There's no way they could be licensed right now.
No, they aren't yet, but they're zoned for business and residential. And I've been to a couple of these places.
And you're thinking about
To explain, I can explain. Currently, under Ojai Municipal Code, no vacation rentals are allowed. Any ones that are operating now are operating outside of the municipal code ordinances and laws.
There, I believe, is one.
And there's one that has there's one CUP only within the city limits. All vacation rentals are there's a moratorium on enforcement, but they're all not allowed within the city limits. That's what we're trying to address. Another thing I think that if I'm understanding you, one of your concerns is are you under the impression that the music festival would be limited to only the weekend?
No, not necessarily. Well, I'm not necessarily under that impression. I want to just state that we personally, and I think for the festival and also for other events, that to limit it only to the weekend would be a mistake on the part of the council.
That was one of the reasons that we chose these what we called legacy events, or similar to the legacy events that were identified for the Libby Bowl, was because they're long-standing culture within the city of Ojai to accommodate, particularly with the music festival and the tennis tournament, people in their homes. And so we wanted to acknowledge this has been historically what we've done in this community, and we wanted to make sure that we created a policy that allowed that the accommodations that the music festival has been allowed to do all these years to be allowed legally in a vacation rental setting. So it's not restricted to just the weekend.
Okay.
Am I clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you. And then the only other thing I wanted to just mention today is that I think as you can tell, I'm already looking for accommodations for artists. So I've actually booked some of these places, and then I heard that this council meeting was happening, and then I thought, okay, I'm stopping now. So I just want to, as fast as the council can come up with this ordinance or regulation, the better, I think, for all of the events that are planning way far in advance, so that we can proceed with our plans. And thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one
yeah, Mayor Pro
question
Tem
of the
Blatz.
speaker. How many locations did you actually identify within walking distance of Libby Bowl?
Well, I think I've probably seen around 15, and I've probably identified, I would say about 10 of those were within walking distance.
Okay.
And a number of I had heard that there was an issue, and so I was asking the owners, and a number of them said to me, oh, no, my place is fine because this area is licensed for business and residential zoning. So there may be a misconception out there as well.
Let me clarify that.
Mhm.
You're talking about the village mixed-unit zone.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And the
I believe
VMU
I'm,
the
that's what I'm talking
VMU
about.
zone does, and the city attorney will correct me if I'm wrong, does allow a lodging facility as a legitimate, as a allowed use in the VMU. But that requires applying to the city for a business license as a lodging facility.
Okay.
And so
Which I don't
just
think
by
is-
being in the VMU doesn't make you licensed and legal. You have to engage in the license for a lodging facility. Am I misstating anything?
I would add that the typical renting out a room of a building that is in the VMU but is a residence probably would not meet the definition of a lodging unit as is allowable in the VMU zone. So there may be folks that have an Airbnb in the VMU, but they don't meet the definition of a lodging facility, which in addition to the business license requirement, picks up a specific definition in the zoning code that I unfortunately don't have in front of me, but will circulate.
Does that answer your question where the confusion may come in?
Yes.
Okay.
And so what would the council recommend? I have actually gone ahead and booked some of these Airbnbs.
Right now, the enforcement is under suspension, and until we go through our deliberations, which will take a while, that's the current status.
Yes, that's a correct status. I agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry I took so long.
Darlene Patrick? Darlene Patrick? No. Natasha Kinsikia? Could you pronounce your last name? Sorry.
Natasha Katsikaris. I live in Ojai, about 5 or 6 blocks from here. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Everybody who's still awake and still here. I hope you all had coffee. I'm going to read something, but I have some things to say also off the cuff. As a citizen who occasionally rents out my spare bedroom, I am appalled by the October 28th proposal, which de facto shuts down all short-term rentals. This draconian proposal is a one-size-fits-none approach, which will harm the little guy while the deep pockets out-of-town speculators simply move on to greener pastures. Additionally, local businesses such as yoga studios and spiritual workshops, which depend on affordable vacation housing, will suffer. It seems we mostly agree on 3 basic issues. Sir, these are, I think, our areas of consensus. We all want to maintain the peace and integrity of residential zones. We all want to protect the supply of affordable housing for Ojai citizens. We all want to stimulate existing local small businesses by supplying affordable vacation housing. You're talking about, this is off the cuff, but wanting to support the legacy events. Well, Ojai has a legacy of being a spiritual center. And at $49 a night, I provide the cheapest room in Ojai. And my neighbors love me. I get along great with my neighbors. And the people who stay with me are people who are coming to yoga workshops, self-help, self-improvement, spiritual workshops, and so many of them are working class people who tell me, thank you. I could not have afforded to come to this self-help workshop if it weren't for your affordable room and home share, and thank you for your hospitality. So to address your level playing field, Sir, I am not a hotel. I'm not making $75,000 a year or $100,000 a year or even $25,000 a year. You can look at my Airbnb 1099. I'm making like $3,000 a year doing a service so people can go to yoga workshops. I don't even allow drinking at my house, much less loud parties. My neighbors love me. I love my neighbors. That's a little off the cuff. But anyway, to return to what I have to say, small-scale, owner-occupied short-term rentals, i.e. a host renting a guest room in their primary residence, should have certain rights as to fair use, privacy, and enjoyment of their home. Enforcement of residential zoning laws is necessary to protect the integrity of residential neighborhoods. The laws we have already prohibit absentee owner full-time vacation rentals. In other words, we don't really need new laws. We have zoning laws that can be enforced for people who are running full-time commercial operations in a residential zone, which they should not do. However, part-time rental of a guest room in one's primary dwelling does not violate residential zoning any more than having a roommate, hosting an exchange student, or having a house guest. My God, am I going to have to get a license if I want to have a dog sitter? You stay in my house? Come on. So we really need to tie this, I believe strongly, to income limits. In other words, to expect someone like me who does maybe $3,000 a year, and again, I would be happy to show you my 1099 and my taxes, to say I'm on a level playing field with a hotel? I mean, really? How do you even see that if you're an economist? So I think we really need to look at income limits. And we need to look at scaled enforcement and making licensing fees and taxes, if anything, commensurate with income. For example, someone who's renting out their spare bedroom in their primary home, which is pretty easy to show by library cards, school registration, church registration. It's pretty easy to establish if you really live here and you really live in your primary home. To say that you're going to have to go out and have inspectors come in and this, that, and the other, that's crazy. And yeah, maybe for somebody that's bringing in $25,000 a year, $75,000 a year, okay, they can afford all those inspectors. But I'm $3,000 a year renting to yoga students. I mean, please. STR income limits are enforceable based on tax return and 1099s. You don't need any crazy enforcement apparatus. You simply ask to see the Airbnb, the 1099. It's that easy. You ask to see the person's tax return. STR license fees should be commensurate with STR earnings. License fees should be tied to STR gross income showed on the 1099. Penalties or fines should be commensurate with the degree of violation. Reading through that proposal, I saw, $100,000 fine. I realize it's unlikely that this would happen, but I could lose my home by having a yoga student? I mean, really? $10,000 fine because I want to have a yoga student spend the night? Crazy. Just as Ojai residents deserve affordable housing, so do its visitors. If we don't want Ojai to become exclusively a playground for the rich and moneyed people who can afford the Ojai Valley Inn and Spa, we should support people like me who are making the Ojai experience like the real Ojai. I'm talking Fulton Street, not all the gentrified LA crap. Real Ojai available to real people, working class people who can't afford to come here otherwise. Affordable vacation rentals stimulate an important sector of Ojai's economy: yoga workshops, festivals, retreats, concerts, Nordhoff High School reunions. Ojai is a unique town which deserves a unique approach to tourism. The hosted homestay model of tourism empowers us to maintain Ojai's charm, character, and culture. The hosted homestay model has the potential to make tourism both socially and economically meaningful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Ford.
Good evening, Brian Ford, resident of the city of Ojai.
Did you have a question for the previous speaker?
Yeah, I apologize. There's one thing that I want to clarify. I don't know where.
If you don't mind.
I am so
Brian's
sorry.
up.
I'm sorry. It'll be very quick. No, you can sit down. I just want to say.
Give this to,
Okay,
can I
that-
introduce this to the record?
Yes, please.
I just want to say that I don't know where this $100,000 fine thing came from. Maybe there's a misprint somewhere, but there was never any $100,000. You can sit down.
Okay.
The $100,000 fine thing, I don't know where that came from. No fines have been established, and again, as Mr. Blatt said, there's been no decision made here. This is a recommendation brought forth by the focus group. We're not voting on policy tonight.
Okay, well,
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Ford, resident of the city of Ojai, and with that in mind, that's exactly what I'm going to address, is giving you my experience of a short-term vacation rental, and I'll just be real brief. It's been nothing but the best. I mean, virtually all the people that we have in our small cottage are there because they're the 21st century vacationer. They want the Airbnb, the VRBO experience. They want privacy, they want a view, they want multiple rooms, they want a kitchen, they want a short walk to downtown, which they can get because we're in the city limits. Of course, they eat, shop, and spend locally. And I could go into a lot of personal experiences, but I'll just sum it up. They've all been great. Not once has there been a disturbance. Not once have I been disturbed by noise. Not one time. Not even a car door shutting. And I mean that in all honesty. So there are the other side of the coin. We use our cottage for our own family and friends, so it would not be put up for long-term rental. We are not hurting the community. We are helping the community with every renter. And we use the money primarily for home improvements on local contractors. The issues that I want to address are the actual ordinance. First of all, you say no more than 30 days, which I think is fine. I mean, I think that's above 31, I understand, is a long-term rent. But then you limit it to legacy events per year. That's kind of inconsistent. I mean, nobody comes here for 30 days to go to the tennis tournament or the music festival or anything like that. But it's really that four events per year that I'm stuck on. This seems to be self-serving. Clearly, the drafters of this ordinance do not want short-term rentals. I mean, that comes right out at the beginning. It's all negative. There's no positive. I wonder about your focus group, whether all of them were really heard, because clearly it's all negative at the beginning. But you're against the drafters are against short-term rentals, but you're willing to allow them to serve as a spillover during Ojai events when the hotels are full and attendees would be forced to go somewhere else. So you want us, short-term rentals, as kind of like your stopgap to prevent people from actually leaving Ojai during these events. That's the way I see it. Of all the restrictions, the four events per year is clearly the most unreasonable. You talk about a level playing field. That's not a level playing field at all. We have costs associated with our short-term rental, and that's what we use the money for. It's not a lucrative business by any stretch. So I think restricting to the four events is wholly unreasonable for the owners, but it'll also drive out potential business in Ojai. I was already addressed earlier. I had this complying with applicable laws. ADA doesn't apply from my limited research, so I'm not sure why that's in there, whether it's a scare tactic or. But again, you heard earlier, and I did the same, very similar research. And then lastly, the collecting the TOT, certainly I agree with that. Don't have any problem with that. And the business license. Looking at the current business license, that's a base rate of $100, 6 times the number of units, so I'd be paying for $106 a year. That seems reasonable to me, if that's what you're doing. And lastly, I do want to add an editorial note about this zoning that I hear this a lot. I'm 100 yards away from a resident treatment facility. That's purely a business. Now, you don't have any control over that. It's state-run. I understand that. But that is a business run in my resident, and I didn't sign up for that. So clearly, you have the ability to change the laws to make it so we can do this. But I understand that one size may not fit all, so good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before the next speaker?
Yes.
I had the opportunity to look up the language that I didn't have in front of me on the VMU, and I wanted to clarify that. if I could.
Yes.
Thank you. The VMU allows by right hotels, motels, lodges, and timeshare facilities, which are larger facilities, generally 5 or more guest rooms, and certain other restrictions. The VMU also allows by CUP a bed and breakfast, which is generally less than 5 bedrooms. There's no specific allowance for a classic vacation rental Airbnb. This is all in table 2.4, and then the definitions are in the definition section.
Great. Thank you. Janet Cole.
Hi, I'm Janet Cole. I've lived on Kenyatta Street in town for 33 years in an R1 zone. I'm encouraged by the recommendations of the focus group. The recommendations, though, to allow short-term rentals in all zones is still a concern, as my neighborhood is already morphing into a hotel zone. We do have a hotel. We have 4 vacation homes, 2 of which are summarily called unpermitted event houses, all within a very short distance of me. As far as compliance on this, our system has always been complaint-driven, and with ordinances on the books, then we do have some recourse. If the other gentleman's number was right, that we have 103 short-term rentals, to use something Santa Barbara used, we can look at it as a 103-room hotel who bypassed planning, permitting, and environmental reviews. Please adopt these recommendations. Thank you.
Paul Crabtree. Janet Cole.
Good evening. Paul Crabtree. We've lived in Ojai in the Village for about 10 years, across the street here, and in March moved to the Arbolada on Cuyama, which all of Cuyama is owned and maintained by the city in front of us. So, and for these 11 years, I've volunteered, and my wife owns and operates a store in the arcade. So that's sort of my establishment as a concerned citizen here. I'd like to thank you for forming the vacation rental focus group, and thank all of you and the group and staff for all the time that you put into it. And thanks for posting everything on the website. There's a lot of documents on there, and I read them all, because that's what I do. My critique is only done after a diligent study of the documents, because I'm only too aware of how easy it is to snipe at one thing that you don't like without looking at the comprehensive issue. The focus group findings I thought were very good, and I mean the front part of it, the consequences, except for one important point, and that was that all of those consequences that are listed for unhosted short-term rentals also apply to hosted short-term rentals. Just different levels of them, but they also apply. They apply, in other words, to all vacation rentals. Now, the recommendations to allow hosted short-term vacation rentals on page 3 indicates that there was an extensive discussion about hosted versus unhosted, and a compromise was reached that would allow limited hosted rentals. And although that compromise condones a flaunting of the existing zoning regulations, I would respect it out of, because the focus group put a lot of time into it and they reached that compromise, and I respect their decision on that. But it does bear repeating that the existing code provides for a public process to do vacation rentals legally. It provides that process. Also, it bears repeating that The vacation rentals currently violate the existing zoning code. I support long-term rentals because they help provide housing for the young, the elderly, and the less affluent of the community, which aids in maintaining a healthy diversity of residents and makes the community more sustainable. So in summary, I support the recommendations of the focus group, but as the maximum compromise allowable that can be done without further degrading our small town character. We as a community cannot afford to lose residential rental housing. We need to recapture it. Thank you.
Thanks. Linda Golden, or Gold. Oh, Lydia. I apologize. Lydia.
Sorry, I was in the back. I am a resident of Ojai, and I want to appreciate all of the work that you guys have put into addressing this issue. It's clearly important to a lot of people. And on both sides of the coin, people have complaints. They feel like their lives are being impacted by the noise, by the fear, if nothing else. I would love to have a conversation like this about the barking dogs that surround me, but I get it, right? I have a vacation rental, but it's in my home, and we do it because we've lived here for a long time, and we love this city, and we love to share our love of the city with other people. We also have a long-term, we rent in our granny flat, and I love being able to do that. I feel very grateful to be here. I'm very grateful to be in Ojai. And I think a lot of people want to be here. They want to visit. And I was surprised by the tone of the ordinance. It felt very hostile. It felt very aggressive. It didn't feel like it was actually going to solve a lot of the problems that we're working so hard to solve. It felt to me like the real issue that I think a lot of people might agree on is that there are investors coming to town. They want to buy properties. They do buy properties. They don't live in them. They rent them out. Then there's other people who have homes that they share. There are people who want to be in those homes with the hosts. I would really recommend that you take a look at whether or not the recommendations are addressing that issue or not. You have tried to make it financially difficult for people like me to continue in business. What effectively is going to happen is that people like me are going to say, my neighbors don't like it. I don't want to do that. I mean, I don't see that there's been a problem, but I sure as heck don't want the people I don't know about suddenly calling the police. And, I don't want to live like that. That is a very frightening world to live in. I'm not going to do it. If that's your intent, I won't do it. I get it. You don't want us here. You don't want us doing it, right? That's what I heard in your recommendations. But you are not going to stop the investors from coming in that way. They have deep pockets. They're going to meet everything you need. It's going to be cheap for them still. And the real estate prices are going to continue to rise. And the rental rates are going to continue to rise because you don't have enough housing in Ojai. People want to live here. They want to visit here. You don't have enough hotel rooms, and you don't have enough houses. Real estate is going up. Some of us are trying to keep our hands on our houses, right? We're just trying to stay in our houses. We're not trying to run the doctors out of town. We're not trying to do that. And it's not our fault. A lot of the issues that you addressed are not. And if you adopt some of those recommendations without really considering the facts and the numbers that other people have brought up that aren't in your recommendations, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to lose a lot of validity with me. So, thank you.
Thank you. Antoinette Levin.
Hi, City Council. How are you guys doing? You as tired as I am?
We are listening.
Yeah, thank you.
We're listening.
Thank you so much for continuing
could you-
on
could
with
you,
this.
say if you
Live
live
in Ojai.
In the city limits or
I
not?
live in the city limits of Ojai, and I'd actually like to keep living in the city limits of Ojai. So there's been so much said, and I'm just going to get to 36 years in media and film professional, property owner since 1992 in North America. I didn't want to buy property in Ojai, so I rented. And I rented this great little 2-bedroom house. And the owner of the house loves that I live there because I've already upgraded the house. You know, I've done all sorts of stuff to it. The bathroom and the window dressings and all of that. So I've brought the value of his property up. But I was getting really excited. I was reading all of this, just like the gentleman before me was saying how I read all the PDFs online and was like, oh, we're making progress with the I'm tired, with the focus group. I'm losing my focus, but I am in focus here. I got excited about allow hosted short-term rentals because I thought, oh, we're making some progress here. Then I get to suggested terms and conditions for ordinance. And thank you, Councilman Blatz, for reminding us that we're just discussing this tonight. So please, Councilman Warwick, Councilwoman Clapp, please, I know I'm not in your focus group, but I know that there's a group of people behind me who are Airbnb hosts who also have owners who love them as tenants, and they permit them to bring someone into the spare room in their house to augment paying their rent and their Golden State water and their Edison light bill and et cetera, et cetera. So I do have to say that Clause 2, under A, Clause 2, renting tenants may not host vacation rentals. Of course, I'm in complete disagreement with that and really request that you readdress that question. I'm not sure how you came to that conclusion. My owner totally embraces it, and we worked it all out together between the two of us. And then, as many people have said before me, the Legacy Day idea, I literally only host people who are in town for a Byron Katie workshop, a Hendricks Institute workshop. I'm Adi Ashanti Study Group facilitator. I do volunteer work at the Ojai Foundation. I'm moving into my second area of expertise, which is more of as an author and a spiritual facilitator. I only want certain energy in my home. So I wouldn't be hosting during the allowed days, and the ones I would want to be hosting wouldn't be allowed according to these early notes. So thank you for reconsidering all of these points. Have a good sleep tonight.
Thank you. Chris Hilgers.
Chris Hilgers, Park Road, since 1969. It amazes me the way people seem to blow by the ordinances in the city or laws in general. I guess that's kind of a thing that's happening in the country more and more. People seem to blow by things that they don't want to respect anymore, and I think that's sad. And I'm probably sort of plowing old ground again, but I read something in the paper which I thought had some worth, and it was from a couple of guys that live down in West Hollywood, and they said, on our block alone, 5 otherwise full-time residentially livable units have been emptied and turned into advertised vacation rentals. Additionally, dozens, if not full-time occupied homes in adjacent blocks are also illegally listed for those short-term visitors wishing to pretend they really live here while on vacation. Tenants are being evicted under abuse of the Ellis Act, with many bungalows then demolished and replaced with box McMansions advertised online for as much as $1,000 a night. This gutting of community is not the sharing economy, but rather a $25 billion corporatization of one neighborhood after another. soon there will be no neighbors for the vacationers to pretend they are mixing with. And I kind of have a feeling for that. And along with that, my brother was a co-pilot and chief of maintenance for a guy that had a very expensive airplane for 30 years. I mentioned this before. He flew all over the United States and went to all the fancy places, which we all know. I talked to my brother the other day, and he looked at me and he said, "Wow," he said, "you guys are into that thing up there. You better do something before it's too late." And I think there's some worth to that. And the other thing is, when I grew up, a red light mean you got a ticket.
Wendy Hilgers.
Okay, well, we live together, so we usually think about big things the same way. Anyway, we've been here since 1969.
If you could pull your mic down.
And I feel like I'm in the land of Jabberwocky. I've probably been to thousands of meetings, city council meetings, planning commission meetings. What is going on here? Why are there people not listening to what the city is all about? What made the city so wonderful? The general plan, the zoning laws, the rules, the restrictions that we've had up until now that made Ojai so wonderful. The people that lived here and supported everything the community was about. And I love vacationing too. I mean, who wouldn't want to come to Ojai? But we purchased our home, as all of our friends did, in a residential zone, fully expecting that we would be able to live in that residential zone unless it was rezoned commercial or whatever. But people seem to think currently that they have the right to say, oh, let's see, today I think I'll be a business here, or, whatever the current thought is. It's completely unfair to everyone who thought they made a promise and were given a promise when they purchased their home, the biggest thing they ever have in their lives. And we see it happening, and I don't know the real statistics. Ojai is a very small community, and you can't really compare it to any other big city. It's being hollowed out as we speak. These people are testifying to that. Homes that were for families will never be for families again. There's never going to be that young family moving into a rental with their little children who are going to go to school. And I'm not over-dramatizing this, because you can walk up and down the neighborhood if you've lived there a long time, and you can see what's going on. How fair is it for people who have come before this board or the planning commission or any other board trying to find out what they can do with their property, or they have an idea and they want to do it correctly? These people haven't done that. They haven't come before to do any process. Their homes haven't been inspected. Anyway, you've heard it all. But my main point is we have to respect the zoning. That's what we're all about. That's what makes a city. The city council spending thousands of dollars on hiring people to come and help them with their zoning and how the city is working and all of this. And that's just going to all go out the window willy-nilly. Anyway, thank you.
Carol Smith.
Thank you for all your hard work on this. This is an issue that, as you know, I started seeing maybe 3-4 years ago and was truly shocked. And here, tonight was a very good example of how we have a rainbow of people who use an extra room or two or whatever in their house. Now, thinking about this, especially some of the people such as the gal who likes to rent a yoga places and all, she is doing it, in a sense that if we could keep it at that level, we'd say that's fine. But you can't separate what one person's doing and say that's okay and this one isn't. But right now, our audience, you are not a short-term rental if you only rent it out every 30 days. Now, you could have, let's say this gal has a yoga crib in town, and they need the room for 10 days. Okay, so basically, she says, the rental lease is going to be for 30 days. You'll only need to pay for this 10 days, but in fact, I will not be able to rent it out again until the 30 days are up. that makes her fall in the, not under the transient rentals, you see? So you could have people come in and stay for less than 30 days, but you then cannot rent it until the proper amount of time passes. That eliminates you having to get a license, having to get commercial insurance, and all these other things we were talking about. For some of people who are doing this, and I can't possibly imagine that they're going to be able to do all the restrictions and all to compete with a commercial hotel, that is a way to do it. In fact, in Montana where we live, our CC&Rs specifically say you could rent it for 5 days, but then we have 30 days have to pass before it's rented again. So I think for some of the people I heard tonight, that is a way where they can basically look at what's the events coming up, what are the type of people I want to attract, and figure out blocks of time that they can have the type of guests they want without having to go through lots of hoops. One thing that I didn't hear, I heard it a little bit, but I live in, I think, an R2 zone. I know every neighbor. I know every car on my street. If someone was to open up a Airbnb and rent it to different people or whatever, I'd see different suitcases, different people, I'd be outraged. I feel that I bought my home in a residential zone, and I really don't want to see that kind of commercial traffic in my neighborhood. And I think that I don't know if a lot of the people who are doing that have actually gone around to their neighbors and gotten their consent to do it. And so to me, it's like, well, I thought I was living in a neighborhood that's residential. While on the same hand, if that person only had, let's say, visitors for 6 days of the 30 days of the 30-day period, that I wouldn't find such an intrusion at all. But it's the coming and going of different people, with different needs, and that becomes difficult. Now, if you saw a whole cacophony of people who are renting out rooms from, I'd be a good landlord. That person's a terrible landlord. We have to go after this landlord. This one's only this. It's impossible. You cannot accommodate the individual picture of how everyone thinks they run their Airbnb. So I think we should try to stick as much as we can with what we have, enforce it, and let people know that they can, if our attorney agrees, but if the rentals are for 30 days, if someone stays only 10 days, it's still rented for 30 days. And no one else can rent it until that period of time is passed, would actually, for a lot of the people, would accommodate it. This gentleman who said he'll never have a long-term rental, he'll only rent short-term, well, fine, he could rent it short-term to different people, but 30 days have to pass between those rentals. So
Thank you.
That's my thought on that. And again, the issues of insurance, I can't agree with you more. It would need to be a playing field that's equal and all. That's why I think looking into this 30-day gap between, from the time you have people in your house, they're there for 12 days, whatever, but they've rented it for 30, and the clock starts when they rent it until 30 days are up.
Thank you.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to say, Mayor Lara, I'm disappointed, and I really wish you would consider managing the meeting so that people do not clap, and people, of course, the opposite means people can boo. When I was mayor, that didn't happen. When Ms. Clapp was mayor, it didn't happen. Certainly when Carlin Strobel was mayor, it didn't happen. I really think you should consider using the gavel. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Peter Dugan, or Duggan? No. Peter Duggan. Kathy Richards. Kathy Richards. No. Oh, she's here. Oh.
Hi, I'm Kathy Richards. I live in the city. I own my home in a residential area of the city, which I believe is a contract between me and the city. that it will be residential in my neighborhood. If I would have wanted to live in a VMU or a commercial zone, I would have done that, but I didn't. I really wanted what is offered by an R1 zone. So I want to say, first of all, I really appreciate all the work that Betsy and Bill did and the committee members to try through this process to protect what we have in terms of the quality of our neighborhoods. And I realize that this isn't a done deal, that it's a committee report, and you're still considering things. So I don't know where it will all end up, but the people who feel that the attitude of the report was hostile and aggressive, I don't agree with that. I think the tone of the report is appropriate because I think we're facing a tidal wave of corporate takeover of residential neighborhoods. And I think you need to have a strong pushback to stop that from happening and to make it known that this is not a community where that is going to be an easy thing for them to accomplish. And I think it's unfortunate that there are going to be individual homeowners who aren't going to be able to make as much money as they would like to make from renting out parts of their house. But I think it needs to be maybe sacrificed in the interests of the larger community being protected when they bought their home or rented their home in a residential neighborhood. These were the ground rules. They're supposed to be in a contract with the city, and those are the ground rules of that contract. And the fact that they've been able to make money by violating the contract that they have with the city through its zoning doesn't give them the right to keep doing it, or I think to be overly wounded when the city tells them that they have to meet some kind of new rules if they're going to do it at all. So I think you're moving in the right direction. There's one thing that people brought up in these discussions that I hadn't considered till I was sitting here tonight, and that has to do with the spiritual legacy of Ojai, which is a long one. I mean, the Theosophist has been here for a very long time. Krishnamurti has been here for a very long time. And your legacy events do not address that. And I don't know how you might work that into whatever you're planning to do. But, for example, the Ojai Yoga Crib has happened every year now for many years. Maybe it can qualify as a legacy event if you're going to have legacy events. Maybe something that Byron Katie is doing, or that the Krishnamurti retreat people are doing, or that the Theosophists are doing. You might consider some of those as somehow working into your legacy event concept. But that's because they have been part of the legacy of Ojai for a very, very long time. And it isn't just the tennis tournament and the music festival. There's more to Ojai than those things. Thanks.
Thank you. Stacy Jones.
Hi, I'm Stacy. I live in Miners Oaks, Ojai, California. I rent my house, and the my situation is that I'm speaking for myself. I am a business owner in town. I don't know if you know that, but I am. And I follow Facebook. I'm on Facebook, and I never really say anything about anything on Facebook other than look at my pretty flower. But since I had to sell my house that was in Ojai, I don't know what the difference between Ojai and out of the city limits, but I'm unclear as to why that is being made important here. But I had to sell my house because I got divorced. So I was forced to rent, and I'm pulling myself up by my bootstraps, and I'm damn proud of it. I had to move into a house quickly because I sold my house, and moved into a house I didn't really want to live in. That landlord wanted me to keep his pool filled with water and his grass green. He lives in Oregon, and I have a conscience, and the conscience is that we are in a drought. So I went looking for a house to rent somewhere else where it wasn't that way. I ended up in Miners Oaks, Ojai, California, and I'm happy there, but not totally happy, and I feel a little, I found it because a friend helped me find it. She saw a sign go up, I called, I went down there, I got it. It was manna from heaven. It was great. It's very expensive for me, and I'm trying to save up to buy a house, because in this town, it's very hard to buy a house if you're not a homeowner. They say that you sell a house here, you can never come back and buy one. Well, that's pretty close to where I'm at, although I'm trying and I'm going to buy a house. Daily since March of 2013, probably daily, I have been looking for the house to rent for my 3 kids and me, and my 2 dogs. That's fun too. That's sarcasm. So on October 12th, I was sitting there and I got on Ojai Housing Needs and Opportunities, and also the Ojai Community Network, and I wrote the following. Good morning. I would like to encourage the folks, and I'm not mad at anybody, I'm just frustrated because I can't find a house. I want to lower my rent so I can save up to buy a house in the city of Ojai or in Ojai. I said, good morning. I would like to encourage the folks who are owners of properties who rent as vacation rentals to consider families in Ojai who are here to stay and solidly pay rent on a monthly basis, who are having a challenging time of finding housing that is either affordable or in their price range and willing to sign a lease, to please consider changing your mind and opening up the options for these families to have a choice to rent here in Ojai, where our children go to school, where we live and support our community on a daily basis, and would like to stay and pay our rent. Kind regards, Stacy Jones. That's me. I just want to say, and I'm over time, I'm not going to be here more than another, well, I don't know, I'm Jewish, so I will probably be here longer. I just want you to know, I did ask a vacation rental by owner person if I could rent the house on his property. He lives in one of the houses, and he laughed in my face and said, I make $90,000 a year on my VRBO. I just want to rent a house for my kids and me. That's where it's at. So I don't know what the whole thing is. I ask agents, I ask around, I ask everybody, but when it comes down to it, I do things for myself, and I end up doing things for myself. But I have been learning to ask my friends for help. Mwah.
Bill Miley.
Good evening, Council. My name is Bill Miley, and I live on North Signal Street. My family has lived here since 1968. Our 3 children went through all of the schools in Ojai and now are living someplace else. With the new internet method of renting vacation rentals, it allows this business to grow rapidly, which it is, and is of great concern, in my opinion. So, again, in my opinion, these are things I want to say about vacation rentals. Vacation rentals, in my opinion, in the city of Ojai, weaken the fabric of our community. That's 1. 2, they erode the zone businesses which provide for visitors. Oh, also, I read the focus group's report thoroughly. 3, they hollow out the residential neighborhoods primarily for the owner's profit. They jack up the price of houses by buying for vacation rental purposes, allowing higher-end transient rental prices. 5, they allow out-of-town buyers or in-town buyers to turn homes into businesses and are removing housing stock from individuals and families who want to make Ojai their home. 6, they weaken the assurance of what may be next to a person or a family for future residents who want to either buy or rent in residential zones. We can't predict what's going to happen, so we won't buy there, maybe. Page 2. Our city's destiny. We're a hot destination, a desirable place to come and to stay a while. That's how some vacation homes can charge $800. I wrote this a while ago, and I happened to look up today, and that particular vacation rental in Ojai is now going for $950 a night. Buy a house, convert it to a vacation rental, ultimately years later move there to escape the crush of other areas. That's not what I want for Ojai. I want folks who come here and buy or rent to become part of our community, like we did in 1968, support and add to its values and to its strength. We want and need families with school-aged children to enroll in our schools. 10 years or so ago, it was 4,000 kids, now it's 2,500. To help support and strengthen our school system and participate in our government functions. We want them to be part of our city to keep it vibrant. What they don't do, in my opinion, is they fail to meet and support the values found in our general plan. They can hollow out residential neighborhoods. There may be one or more on a block, a city block. In my neighborhood on North Signal Street, I have one in behind, east of me, or west of me, and I have 2 on the north side. And there are 3 other houses that are vacant because they belong to people who live someplace else. Okay? So, dollars and cents. So what's in it for the city and the residents? Transient occupancy tax of 10 to 12%, which I understand they're not paying now, if collected. Likely, if vacation rentals do not exist, that TOT money would probably go to our formal businesses in town. In conclusion, I believe that vacation rentals can hollow out the integrity of residential neighborhoods. In a desirable place like Ojai, house prices will be driven higher. Speculative things will happen. 3, making money, as I see it, is not the purpose of residential zoning. It's not a zone which has as its primary creation factors that making of money off the land and structures is the purpose. In my opinion, it violates the value of zoning integrity, it dilutes the neighborhood cohesiveness, and it turns residential houses into, this is where the prop comes in. Monopoly games. So I support the focus group hosted, limited hosted vacation rentals I can go with, but that's all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I am done with the speakers cards. I don't know if there's anybody else in the public wishing to speak. Yes, I do see a hand.
I put in a card.
Oh, you did? Your name?
Sharon Bushman.
For some reason, I didn't have it. But yeah, you could come up to a mic and speak. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Sharon Bushman, and I do not live in the city of Ojai, but I have rented a rental. It was actually VRBO, Vacation Rentals by Owner rental, and I loved it so much that I moved here. So I am a contributing part of the community now. I'm glad I'm not having to make these decisions. And I appreciate that you're listening to everyone and that you're balancing what you're hearing, I hope. It's an issue that a lot of communities are taking on, and it's a difficult issue. You need to balance your community the way it is, but also things always change. And this is another part of change. Our cell phones were part of our changing. The internet is part of our changing. And Airbnb, VRBO, Flipkey, HomeAway, and TripAdvisor are all ones that I've used all across the states. It's allowed me to take my family places that I couldn't always go to pay a hotel. I traveled with my 2 young children when they were young, and I'd request hotel rooms connected, and we'd get there and they didn't have them. So my children are down the hall, or we've got to split apart so an adult can stay with each child. And sometimes I travel with my dog. And my dog is afraid of stairs, enclosed stairways, and elevators. And so to get her into the room is really difficult. And then when we walk through the hallway, we hear other rooms that have dogs. They're all barking because of all this hallway noise. That's not a really big deal, but it did matter to me. And it does matter to other renters also. We have used it, we've used these sites lots of times. So from my perspective, I just want to let you know what it's like. We've gone to weddings where my family can go. The wedding was not in the home that we stayed in, but we were able to gather together as a family that we might not have seen for a while and converse. You can't do that in a hotel. You can't cram everybody into a small room. You can't afford a big suite. You can't afford to rent the dining hall downstairs to have your family together for a long period of time. So having one of these homes is a great way to do it. In fact, for Thanksgiving, I have 2 places rented for a family who are coming. We're going to have all of Thanksgiving at my house, but I live in a 2-bedroom house and don't have room to have everybody stay with me. So it's a great opportunity, and they get to stay within walking distance of Libby Park, where there's a new playground for my grandchildren and for my niece's children. We've had family reunions. And I think I mentioned, I stayed in Upper Ojai, and then I stayed here, and then I went to Atascadero, and then back down here because I fell in love with this place. So that's your hard balancing act. How to make it the place that people want to live and be comfortable in and grow with the community and enrich the community, but still allow people to come in and get the feel of it. So do you want the old community to stay the way it's always been, or do you want some new energy injected into it and somehow balance that? So good luck on that. It also has allowed me to do longer stays with my family. There's no way I could afford several hotel rooms and stay for a week to 10 days. I'd have to cut it down to 3 or 4 days. So that may impact visitors also and allows them to stay here longer, which means they spend a lot more money. And I do agree that you need to have a bed tax of some sort. I've paid that in lots of other communities, and I was really surprised that Ojai didn't have it. You should have it. You should be compensated, and the community should be compensated for people staying in your community, just like they would in a hotel. But of course, they also pay taxes on the meals, the grocery store, shopping, just all that you have to offer. And it makes your community, or our community, richer. Let's see. Oh, and for overseas visitors, it allows them to get to know this particular American community. And I think that you represent the states very nicely, and it's a very eclectic community, and that's part of what I love about it. And I think people who come from overseas would like that too. But in a hotel, they don't interact so much. But in a neighborhood, they get to know people. The people from Airbnb, they get to interact with them. Somebody mentioned that their host family had taken them for dinner, and they all got to know each other, so it became more personable. You're going to need a lot of tools. You're going to need limits. You need to have permits and perhaps limit them, the number that you give out each year. And that's going to be hard. I don't know if there's anything in the laws that say that you can't prevent corporate agencies from coming in and purchasing properties for short-term rentals. I would think that you could say that only local owners could provide rentals, short-term rentals. You can make requirements for, does this mean I'm out of time?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, that's, you've gotten started, but you do have a very hard job. And I applaud you for just doing it, biting down on it and getting it done. So thank you, and good
Thank you,
luck.
Sharon. Thank you. Anybody else wanting to speak on this item? No, if people want to submit their comments for the record, highly encourage that. Submit to either the city clerk or to one of us as a council member. With that, I'm going to turn it back to the, yes, Mr.
I want to say one thing. I appreciate all your due diligence and all you've done. I've heard all these things, and I want to say you guys are really tough.
Thank you, Mr. Ogers. I'm going to turn it back to the council. Yes, Councilmember Wyrick.
I'll start right up. Everything I've heard tonight, to me, only underscores the fact that our current situation is corrosive to the character of this community. And what I mean by that is, we have a situation year after year after year where we have suspended enforcement without resolving how to address what we want and we don't want. So we get the worst of both worlds. I think everything I've heard tonight only underscores the fact that we have got to come up with an approach, and we need to engage with all proper press of timeliness to figure out how to move away from the current situation where you basically have a year after year after year expectation of it's okay to engage in behavior that's not legal. That's terrible. On the other hand, we clearly have some things associated with some sorts of, room sharing, where people live in their homes and have visitors. That's not the problem. On the other hand, seems to be, we do have a problem for residential properties that are being taken out of the housing stock. We have a problem where perhaps residential homes are being converted to nothing but transient use. How do you write the rules to allow what we want and address what we don't want? I'm not going to say I've got any great sense of wisdom to support, to immediately provide, except it's been very valuable for me to listen to everybody. And I've learned a lot through that process. But my goodness, we can't just let this current situation continue. It's absolutely untenable and corrosive to the integrity of our community, period. I don't know how you can disagree with that. So, again, I want to suggest to the rest of the council that we try and build from what we all agree on and try to put in, provide guidance to our city attorney to at least start making some suggestions for what kind of protocol could be put in place. I continue back to what I started from. I think it starts from the idea of having a reasonable license fee. You get a license, you pay the taxes, there's stipulations with that license, and you agree to those stipulations, and we keep those stipulations somewhat flexible to try and figure out what the right balance is. And the other thing I want to point out is that even people that were very critical of the focus group, I wrote some notes. Nobody said anything against licensing in the TOT, our stipulations with those licenses, standards. And interestingly enough, nobody really disagreed with the idea of limiting it to domicile that I heard. In other words, if you are, the idea being that you allowed, but one of the rules would be you have to be domiciled on that property. And domicile is a legal definition. It is not something that is, subject to a lot of interpretation. It is a legal definition. So I just want to offer those thoughts as a beginning.
Councilmember Clapp.
Mr. Wyrick and I were really careful to ask people to participate in the focus group that came from a broad section of the community. There was never any attempt on our part to stack this focus group for a certain outcome. Many people came to the focus group believing that vacation rentals were a good thing for the community, but changed their mind as we met and as they became educated on the subject. A few years ago when this first came before council, I thought that vacation rentals should be allowed. But as the years have gone by, I have changed my position on this matter. I've seen how it has affected the community. And Mr. Wyrick is correct. It's causing huge dissension in our community. And that's not a healthy thing. Also, through just watching the whole thing unfold, I've learned of all these consequences, unintended, that I wasn't aware of. So a lot of, I think what we found in the focus group was when people became educated on what the real unintended consequences of vacation rentals being allowed in a community, particularly in a residential zone, we changed our position on this matter. We did a lot of talk about whether to allow them at all, whether they should be allowed if they were hosted, or whether they should be allowed as what I call standalone, unhosted rentals. And we met many times on this matter, and we had a lot of discussion about it. And the agreement was that we were willing to compromise. Some people didn't want them at all. Some people didn't want any restrictions. This was a compromise that came out of this focus group that really worked hard on this. I think that the foundation of this proposal is very sound. I think it's very even-handed. I think it's very fair. It addresses the need for hosted vacation rentals within the community to accommodate certain times of the year. And I would really like to see this go to our city attorney, and I would like to have him come up with a preliminary draft, and we'll see how it goes from there. And there will be more public hearings, more ability for people to come forward and give feedback. I did a little counting, just incidentally. I did a little rough count on people coming forward, and this is really interesting to me. Of the people that came forward, 13 people were in favor of the proposal in one way, shape, or form. Some felt it was basically in favor of it, and 8 people were opposed to it. And the 8 people that were opposed to it all are vacation rental operators. I thought that was very interesting. There was no person that came forward that didn't operate a vacation rental that was for them. I think that's very telling. I always don't allow them to talk.
If you could let Council Clout finish her remarks.
Thank you. I apologize if I misspoke. This is why we can't have people shouting from the audience. I lost my train of thought, please.
Well,
We all need to respect each other's time to speak. We respect your time to speak. I request you respect mine. Thank you.
You were talking about your numbers of, you thought it was interesting that nobody.
I've lost my train of thought at this point. If I think of it later, I'll answer. I'll speak again. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? No?
No.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Blatz?
I've got quite a few comments, and I know it's late, but this is an important issue. And we're not going to make any decisions tonight, but I think it's important that certain aspects of what's before us get out for not only the public to kind of mill around, but also for us as a body to think about. I think that the first thing is that we wouldn't be here unless there was a demand for short-term rentals, because no one is going to be doing short-term rentals if nobody came and rented them. So that's one thing that's for sure. The other thing is that there's no question that short-term rentals, no matter how they're managed, are detrimental to residential neighborhoods. So how are you going to balance something like that? How are you going to protect the integrity of our neighborhoods? And that's what we have to deal with. Now, the city has taken on chain stores. First of all, I'm against any kind of an outright ban on anything. I don't think that does anyone any good. But we've taken on chain stores and regulated them to protect the quality of life in our community. And now it's time to take on short-term rentals to regulate the quality and characteristics of our town and our community. But there's a lot of things that we have to take into consideration, and I appreciate the focus group and some of the suggestions that came along, but there's some that I would never be able to support. One is everybody having standing to sue everybody else and obtain injunctions. I would not approve any kind of an ordinance that would allow for that. Yet we have to somehow, no matter what we do, we have to be able to enforce it. We have to be enforced whatever ordinance we put into effect, or there's no point in even having the ordinance. So my first look at this is, how do we ever expect to be able to enforce somebody that has a guest in an extra bedroom or a renter in their extra bedroom? How can we ever enforce that? So as far as I'm concerned, if you're going to have a guest in your bedroom from out of town, or you're going to have somebody come in and pay you $25 or $50 a night to stay in your house, I think it ought to be totally exempt, because we can't enforce it anyway. And you're certainly not going to require a renter like that to obtain ADA requirements and all that. So I don't even see any point in us trying to regulate somebody that's going to rent out a room. I just don't see it. I do think, though, that we have to, in all other instances, and I'm kind of inclined to say that we can't have any rentals less than 29 days. Now, the reason I say 29 days is because when you hit 30 days, it becomes a monthly rental or a month-to-month rental, and then we're governed by the landlord-tenant laws and regulations, which are difficult to adhere to when you're only renting for a short period of time. So if we say we don't allow any rentals less than 29 days, then that means that if somebody's going to rent the house for the weekend, as Carol Smith indicated, that means you're done for the next 29 days. And that will somehow, I believe, limit the hotel feeling that it's given to some of our neighborhoods. I don't think that we should allow any of these rentals to people that aren't owner occupied. And I don't believe that they ought to be able to rent out their main house. If they have a guest house, they can rent it. If they have a second dwelling unit, they can rent it. But during those rentals, we ought to require that they be on-site in their residence and not allow them to rent out the main residence. I think that in the cases where we are going to allow it, it has to be done through licensing, permitting, guaranteed that there's insurance. I don't agree that we have to be ADA compliant. I just can't imagine that. I think there could be some merit to somebody that is qualified for the second dwelling unit to program, that if at the time they qualified there was a renter in it, then they had to keep that as a long-term rental. But if they qualified as a second dwelling unit, and at the time they qualified there was no renter in it, I see no reason why that can't be a short-term rental unit. There's a lot of, there's other things that I think we need to look at. I mean, I think we really need to know how many short-term rentals do we really have in the city. I think we need a map to show where they're located. I think we need to know where the concentration of them is. I think that we need to look at the concentration of where we allow the permits so that a neighborhood doesn't get overly burdened with short-term rentals. And that's not taken into consideration at all within the body of what's before us. So those are some of the things that I throw out there for future thought. I think we need to move forward with as much haste as we can. It is inconceivable that we've let it go this long. I think it kind of crept up on us and we didn't know what to do. And now all of a sudden it's a problem, and it is, because we have, as some people have said, as many as 100 or so illegal operations in our city that we're turning the other cheek on and not enforcing. And whatever we do, we have to be able to enforce it somehow. And that's the real difficulty. That's where I see the real problems. I think whatever we decide, we can't take into consideration, in my opinion, those people that have already booked rentals in the future, because whatever they've done has been illegal, except for one. So I don't think that should even be on our radar. I think if people have booked things into next year and we change the ordinance, well, guess what? You're going to have to tell the people you can't rent them. And I think that that's probably about all I have to say on it.
Great. Councilmember Clapp.
A point of clarification, Paul, is the ADA requirements are not required in hosted units, only in unhosted.
Okay.
So ADA requirements would not be an issue.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with the unhosted units anyway, so.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Haney.
So all I do know is it's 11, almost 20. All of you out there that want to go home, raise your hand.
Is there a way I can say one?
My eyes are,
Is there a way to say one thing?
No, we're going to close, yeah. But you can always submit those comments.
Well, I
Yeah.
just-
Councilmember Haney.
I'm not, it's interesting, when I listen to one group of people speak, I'm swayed. And then I listen to another group of people speak and I'm swayed. And again, all along, I'm trying to figure out how to balance this. When I go home, tonight I talked to my wife at 5 o'clock. She's in Montreal and she's telling me which way to sway. This group wrote a great report with a lot of information in it, and I'm swayed. And then Paul speaks, and here I'm swayed again. So there's a lot to take in here. There's a lot to digest, and there's a lot to provide back to the public for them to digest. Again, I believe that we have to have some mechanism of enforcement. I'm not sure what it is. And I don't even want to get into any of those, because we could be here all night talking about everything that's in this right here. So why don't I just do this here? Where do we want to take this? Do we want to send this to the city attorney for a rough draft, which I'm not sure if this is the draft that I want, but it's a starting point. And then from that, do we start getting into it and actually breaking it down and getting into enforcement and getting into AD compliance and get into, maybe 1 unit per household. I thought that was an excellent idea. I thought Carol Smith's idea of a 30-day revolving door was a good idea. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot to this, and we got a lot more information tonight. There's another part of me, and this is the biggest part of me, is the fact that when people outside of our community buy our homes, it limits the ability of my son and my daughter-in-law to buy a home. And that's the biggest issue, that's probably the biggest thing that I lean to, is the fact that my children may not have the opportunity to live in this community. And that's a real thorn in my rear end. And it bugs me, and it just really eats at me. And I don't have the answer to that one either. So, but it concerns me, the fact that on the corner of Pleasant and Daly, there's a couple that moved out 6 months ago, and the couple that bought the house, I've seen once in 6 months. But I've seen 4 or 5 other couples. That bothers me, the fact that, that house didn't sell for over $600,000. That's something that my children could have afforded, at the proper moment, the proper time. And that house is gone. And in today's market, that house is probably worth $750,000. So that's another issue that we've got to address. These outside entities purchasing our housing stock is a big issue. It was brought up tonight, the fact that we have a very limited housing stock, very limited. And that the people that are here, that are scratching and working hard and doing the best they can, might need to rent a room out to make ends meet this month, or might need to do this to make ends meet. I mean, all of these are issues that we've got to tackle. So again, there's going to be a balance, and I can tell you right now, there's going to be no winners in this. Because no matter what we do, we're going to hear from the losers. We're going to hear how unhappy we've made them. We're going to hear how we could have done something differently. But the reality is, we've got to make some choices. And we all agree that this has been going on for 6 years, and I had no idea it was going on for that long. I thought it was just a couple of years. We need to make some decisions. And I'll end it with this, because I find this interesting. All of the issues that have come to us recently are all about law. It's all about enforcing law, whether it's code enforcement on hedges, or code enforcement on walls, or code enforcement on vacation rentals. It's all about the rule of law, and it's so interesting how we all want that law to change for us individually. Seriously, I've had this discussion with my wife. She wants the dogs off the leash. There's a leash law. Put the damn dog on a leash. I don't win that argument all the time, but I do voice it. But you see what I'm saying? We end up there, and we can't. And that's what we got to think about when we craft this. Whatever we craft, we need to be able to live with.
I agree. I just have one more comment. And the comment is that we have this moratorium in place on enforcement. However, and we can remove, maybe I better ask Mr. Summers this, after I made the motion for our expedited emergency issue last meeting. Which I do still believe was not a violation of the Brown Act, but the paper and the DA thought differently.
Yeah, the city's official position on that is the same,
that's correct.
There was no violation. Nonetheless, your action earlier, for the record, did cure any potential violations.
Yes, I understand.
May or may not have existed.
But, and I do believe we did what was best for the community. But the thing is, we have a moratorium in place. Can we, if we decide, for instance, that we do not want to have any unhosted, at some point in our discussions, we don't want any non-resident, non-hosted short-term rentals, Can we remove the moratorium piecemeal on just that group? Leaving the moratorium in place on the other units?
Yes, that could be done through the appropriate action.
All right. Then, I would just make a suggestion that we try to bring this, through the mayor, bring this to some sort of a consensus, I'm tired too, on as many of the big issues as we can. And then gradually get it down to, then if we remove the moratorium, then what are we going to do for fines? How do we do that? Right. So it's not quite as easy as that. But I'm just saying, somehow we've got to get this manageable, because it's kind of like we can lose sight of the overall thing when you have to try to solve all these problems at once. It's almost impossible to do.
I agree.
Yeah,
I
and
think you're.
I'll
I'm
make
sorry.
some couple comments before we go on to what our next action step is. I think that, first of all, I do want to commend the ad hoc committee and the focus group for all their work and effort. And then I also want to commend everybody that came out in the community and voiced their concerns. I think that it is an emotional issue, and that it is worth allowing them to vet what their issues are, what their statements is, no matter how long it takes or how repetitive they are. It's important to listen as a council member. I look at it as this. I definitely am big on the general plan. I grew up here in Ojai, and I have a family, and now I have 2 kids, and I want them to absolutely grow up here in this community. But also, I understand that there are changes, inevitable changes, and sometimes we have to adapt as a community. What that is, I'm still not sure. I've heard good comments on enforcement that I do want to look into. I do have questions about how viable the change of the city character is with unhosted versus hosted vacation rentals that I still want. I feel like I need statistics on how many vacation rentals we have and what kind they are, and I feel like we had a lot of information that I think that we need to look at before we start making consensus agreements right now tonight, especially since we've had a long 3 to 4 hour discussion on this item. I think we need to go back and just reflect a little before making any suggestions. My personal view on it. I'm not ready to direct the city attorney to draft any type of resolution, especially when there's just so many issues that have been brought up and that do deserve some merit in terms of responding to. I look back at assignments that we were given off of that workshop, and I still feel that some of those suggestions are viable to us. I've highlighted them. I could go through them if we want, but again, it's late night. I think that I think this item deserves more time. I don't think we should just be kicking it down the road. I think we should address it sometime next month or 2. I think that's possible. But I still think that there are a lot of questions out there. There are a lot of information that we need to gather before making these tough decisions. That's my point of view. But if the majority of the council decides to do other things, then that's how it goes. I mean, the majority of the council governs policy. So that's my suggestion, and I'll turn it back to Councilmember Wyrick.
I will not go on and on. I just want to make a couple points. One is regarding what came out of those workshop recommendations for additional information. We did vet some of those. I'll give you an example. On the survey matter, the town is so small that there was no cost-effective way of getting an accurate survey. It's just a logistics issue. It's a statistical sampling problem. Yeah. So again, we have addressed some of those issues, and You know, we don't want to get caught in process, you know, where the process just leads us into delay when it's not achievable to work on that checklist. So I just want to point out that's an example. The other problem is, I think we could argue forever over how much vacation rental activity is going on because it's, by very its nature, it's not legal. So how are you going to get accurate information? And you can use that approach and this approach and that, you know. At some point, I think we know we have an order of magnitude issue. And at some point, you just have to establish some principles that need to be embedded in our ordinances that are reasonable.
And I agree with you.
I would hate to get into an endless back and forth about how much there is going on and that kind of thing.
And that's something that I don't want to get into either.
You know.
But as I heard and as I listened to residents that voice their concerns about those principles that we raise on these recommendations,
right.
They had some viable
I agree
arguments.
with that.
So I'm just saying that there's a sense of diligency, I think, among us to really look at that one more time to see if there is some more data that if we could get. If there's not, then that by you answering the survey question, that wasn't voiced to the public. So it's unfair to make that statement when it hasn't been voiced.
No, I agree.
All I'm saying that there's valid arguments from the citizens that we should look at a little bit more further. Shouldn't take that much longer to define what principles we're going to go by. I mean, I think our general plan is a great startup point, and I appreciate you guys putting that in the recommendations as information.
So just to follow up, what I'm saying is I think that if we want to do more diligence in terms of data, it should be clearly informative of what we want to be, informing us on the principles that we want to embed into what we decide. And I think the other point is I understand what you're saying. There's a lot to absorb here, and all I would ask is that we put a date certain. This will be back on the agenda and not too long in the future to see what progress we could make. I was going to ask for certain components to maybe looked at by the city attorney, like a basic licensing core. But if we're not ready for that, I just would like please let's get a date certain, not too far in the future where we take this up again.
See, I could support that type of looking into licensing or enforcement options. That to me seems reasonable.
Mr. Mayor, if I could make one comment.
Yeah.
On data, as you'll have discovered, there's statistics that varied by several orders of magnitude were cited by various folks tonight of uncertain origin. One true source of accurate data would be Airbnb, VRBO, Flipkey, TripAdvisor, et cetera. They're generally loath to produce their data. It is possible to use a legislative subpoena. We have, in the process of using that in another one of our clients on this same vacation rental issue. They sometimes respond, sometimes don't. It could generate a fight, but it also could work to get the data. I'm happy to evaluate that further with some additional time and perhaps discuss that with the focus group for considering whether the council subcommittee of council members Wyrick and Clapp, whether that might make sense to bring forward to the whole council. That would have to be adopted, issued by the whole council at a properly agendized meeting, but could be an option to secure some data.
Councilmember Clapp.
With all due respect, this matter has been before us since January. And during that period of time, we've had people come forward about this. We've had a workshop. We've reached out to the community, and we've all had the opportunity to study this matter. It's not like this is new. This is something we've been discussing for a long time. I think to protract it any further with more studies and more studies and more studies and more studies is only going to be more, as Mr. Wyrick says, corrosive for our community. I think that we've spent enough time on this. We've reached out to the community, and everything I heard tonight, honestly, I heard at the July 2nd workshop. Really, I didn't get any new information about people's opinions one way or the other on whether these should be allowed or not allowed. So I think it was January 13th that we started this. This is almost a year. I think to delay it any further is irresponsible, and we've done the due diligence that we needed to do, and I think we need to proceed.
I just want to say I disagree with that. We had 2 public workshops, we had focus groups, and we've received this report 2 weeks ago. I think that there's still some good questions that our public has generated. Again, it'd probably just be one more meeting, certain time, and we could talk about these big issues and then go. To me, that seems more reasonable. But if the majority of the council wishes to proceed with something else, I mean, that's...
Mr. Mayor, I don't really think we need to delay a decision to get more data. I think the data that Mr. Summers suggested might be very useful in enforcing the ordinance, but I don't care about, I talked about concentration and things like that, but I don't need that data to ultimately make the decision, so I don't think we ought to delay it on that.
Mhm.
But I do think, because of the lateness of the evening and the fact that we really only have had this report for a couple of weeks, it's not going to, I think if we, continue, I mean, I'm not prepared to make any decision tonight.
Would we be able to take it up at the December meeting?
I'd be
More
willing to,
discussion?
but I don't know how much time we have.
I'm just wondering what the majority feels.
I think December 8th would be appropriate to
Okay.
make these decisions.
Why don't we just take it up on December 8th?
I personally do. I think we just need
The
one more
only-
meeting and to start making these decisions and allow the public to respond to what was said today.
Okay.
I think one more is reasonable to me.
Okay. That's my suggestion. If the
What else-
majority approves,
Yeah, what else do we have on the 8th? I mean, I'm thinking with the type of public comment.
It's our rotation seats, so it's our...
But that's not going to take that long, I don't think.
Actually, there are a couple public hearings tentatively scheduled that probably could be pushed. There's a landmark designation, and there's an ordinance to fix the length of time of our CUPs. So I think this
Mhm.
might take precedence, and we just push everything
think
down the
so, too.
line.
Let's do the
Yeah.
8th.
I think so, too.
I agree.
Let's take it up on the 8th. Okay.
All right.
So we'll table it to December 8th, and we'll make our decisions then. Great. I'm gonna thank
go
you
back
so
to-
much. We're gonna go back to public comment. We decided to put this out there, put this section. There's there's cards. I could just start reading them down and seeing if people are still here for public comment. Jerry Dunn. David Bryan. Doug Labar. Delaney Labar. Sharon Bushman. That was you. That was under public comment. Sorry. And that was it. So that then I will. Anybody else wanting to speak during public comment? Yes. And if you could please
Just
state
want
your
to
name
say
for the
that
record.
I'm not a criminal. And I get that you get that, that what hosts are doing is illegal, but we've been seeking a legal vehicle just like everybody else. So we haven't been engaged, we're not out there trying to hide, trying to get one over on anybody. And that's what I call hostile, that attitude that I heard in your conversation, that and from other people, that because there was some agreement, because in the residential neighborhood, blah, blah, blah. But there's a lot of things that happen in residential neighborhoods that are illegal. It's illegal to rent your house for a year or 30 days if in a residential neighborhood, as I understand it.
No, it's not.
Or, well, if it's that, my understanding of a residential neighborhood is that I can't, it's to be your primary residence, right?
No.
So having a roommate or something like that is a lot of what is, okay, so maybe I'm wrong about that, but I just felt like I was being called a criminal, and that you're out, that, you know, that you want to go quickly move to legislation that would penalize people without giving them a chance to get a license. Give people a chance to make it right. That's all.
I don't think anyone up here thinks you're a criminal.
Okay, well, it felt like that in the room
I
from
know,
neighbors and
but I
everybody
don't-
else, and I feel like I kind of stuck my neck out and said, I'm out here doing this, you know. And a lot of, you would have heard more from more hosts, but people are afraid to come and have that.
We're still simply stating the fact.
Okay.
It's not legal
It's not
activity
legal.
right
It's not
now.
our fault that it's not legal,
It-
though.
It's not legal activity right now, period.
Right,
It's
but
just a truthful fact.
Okay.
Now, what we did was suspend enforcement to try to figure out how people could do it in a legal way. That's
Right.
exactly what we're doing.
Okay, so.
I mean, we have to deal with facts, though.
But I don't, I
I'm
didn't
just
intend to do that
This
illegally.
is public comment. This is in the dialogue, so I want to see
All right.
any more comments.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify for the record, the regulations in discussion only apply to rentals for 29 days or fewer. Rentals of 30 days or more are allowed by right by state law in any residential zone.
But less than that is illegal, and I'm a criminal.
It is against the current code.
It is yes. I'm gonna go ahead and move on from public comment. And I'm gonna quickly go into the Ojai Redevelopment Successor Agency. And I will entertain a motion for approval of the consent calendar.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
Clapp. Yes. Wyrick.
Yes.
Haney.
Yes.
Blatt.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes. I will reconvene as the city council. And any oral reports from city manager?
I'll pass.
Oh. City attorney?
You mean we want to get out before midnight?
I have an hour, no, nothing at this time.
All right, no, nothing with that, then I will adjourn the meeting.
I'd just like to say one last thing. Savaro, I really value and appreciate the fact that you let people speak. But sooner or later, something's got to happen where we've got to control these.
Mike.
You want me to start over? But all I'm trying to say is sooner or later, we've got to put a time limit on this. If we've got 35 cards there, there's no reason to let someone ramble for 6 minutes. And the minute you let one person ramble, you have to let them all. And I'm just trying to say that when we have this many cards and this many people that would like to speak, that it's in their best interest if we set a timetable for all, that they can all live within. That's all. And I know what you're
agree
trying to
with that,
do.
But at the same time, this is such an important issue. That a lot of times, they do have a really good point, and it's hard to come up to that dais and speak your thoughts in 3 minutes. It really
Mayor.
is. And
Mr. Mayor.
Just let me finish my thought, Councilmember Clapp. And some people, even though they write their opinions on paper, it takes a lot longer to orally just report that. So I mean, there's two sides to it. I do see, it goes over time, but at the same time, it takes a lot to go up to the dais. And to cut somebody off at 3 minutes, sometimes it's hard when they have a good point that goes over another minute. And that's my opinion. When you're chair of the council, then we'll be able to chair it the way you like. But that's my feeling. I like to hear from the public. I like to give them that extra time. I understand it goes on forever, but at the same time, I think that it's appropriate.
Mr. Mayor.
That's what I think. Yeah, Councilmember Clapp?
One thing to consider, though, about allowing people to take so much time is that there's a lot of people that left. It's not allowing everyone to speak because people are taking so much time. It's almost midnight. And everybody knows, it's stated very clearly, your comments are supposed to be kept to 3 minutes. And when I came to the podium before I was on council, I always timed myself with my comments to make sure they were within the 3-minute timeline. And I really think we need to stick to that. And actually, with really, really dense comments like this, when you have a stack like that, it's not uncommon, and I've seen this in the past with many mayors, you restrict it to 2 minutes at that point. Because sometimes that's the best way to handle a meeting. It's not depriving somebody of giving their opinion on the matter. It's requiring them to consolidate and say succinctly their opinion.
And I do understand. I don't want to get into debate, but that's just my reasoning. I'll
Tell you,
take your
my
kids
thoughts on it are
consideration.
that we each may handle it differently, but the statement is that it's 3 minutes or less unless additional time is granted by the chair. The chair is conducting the meeting. I think the chair should have full authority to do whatever he wants in terms of the comment from the public.
Thank you. With that, then I'll adjourn the meeting.